When the protection screen comes up in game, just type anything, press enter. So we're going to play Unlimited Adventures. This is not what it actually looks like. This is actually a special program that people have developed that allows them to use external music, pictures, and stuff that were not originally easily part of anything, and allows them to customize their modules even more than before. We are actually going to be playing module, I believe it's RQ, no, it's on Serial 01. I do want to play Serial 01, but we're not going to do that. We're going to be playing RQ1. And RQ1, let me read really briefly from the website what it's listed as. RQ1 is known as Night of the Walking Dead. It is the unlimited adventure conversion of the official Ravenloft adventure, RQ1, also the first in the series of 6 modules known as the Grand Conjunction. So technically we could, like, play this whole thing with all the modules. We're not going to necessarily end up doing it. But you end up, like, once you end up applying it, you just sit there and say, run. Sign is locked. Unlock it, yes. Oh, we have music. Let's pause ours for now. Cool. We get a title with a zombies. That's kind of cool. I believe we can just sit here and just pass. Oh, we can't. Rulebook page 15. What word is number 5 after the heading ability scores? I guess we're going to have to look that up. It's not letting me bypass. Maybe I could just put in anything. That's what I used to be able to do. Yeah, you can. Okay. So we're going to have to do Monster... no, we're not doing Monster Editor. We're doing Play the Game. Add character. Okay, my characters are in here. So we are going to be adding... I did make them. So Fail, obviously, is our top one. Followed by Galen, Helene, Gim, Dan, and Leora. We're all level 1, and this module does recommend being level 1 for anyone who is interested, because I feel like I should mention this. The module was put out by Darius Whiteheart, apparently on January 2002, I believe it was uploaded. So let's take a look at this game. Begin. Night begins to settle over the swamp, cloaking the dense underbrush in darkness and turning the water's surface to black. With it comes a clinging, creeping fog, rising from the surface like a spectral steam. The fog surrounds you, its dampness caressing you like cold, dead hands. The swamp seems to retreat from the mists as its sights and sounds disappear into some unseen distance. All that remains visible is the cold, choking fog. Even your companions seem far away. For a moment, everything is quiet. What few sounds you can hear are amplified by the surrounding mists, your own breathing, your beating heart. Then the fog begins to dissipate, fading away as quickly as it appeared, leaving you and your companions alone in the dismal swamp. The swamp seems even darker than it did before. The nearby trees have become twisted shadows with claw-like branches reaching out, and a foul odor rises from the murky water. Overhead, past the tangled branches, the sky also appears strange. The stars have subtly changed positions, and the moon is closer, nearly full. Menacing clouds begin to roll across the sky like a curtain of black smoke. In but a few moments, the clouds blot out the feeble starlight completely. A storm is brewing, a very bad storm. Cool. I like the fact that people went out of their way to take these old D&D modules and just translate them into this. Now enjoy. The utter blackness of the night makes navigation through the swamp nearly impossible. Already drained from the day's earlier adventure, you are now disoriented by the mists and decide it best to set up camp for the night. Directing your battered raft over to the nearest island, you come to a clearing suitable for rest. Here, by the warm glow of a campfire, you recall the events of the day and try to make sense of the last few moments. Hi, Wolver. It was early afternoon when you chased the band of rogues to the edge of the swamp. Their frequent robberies in the nearby villages served to raise the bounty for their capture. The thieves disappeared into the murky swamp, and you pursued upon an old wooden raft, using a long pole to push your way deeper into the marsh, with the hope that you would stumble upon the rogues' hideout. But as the day wore on, it became apparent that the thieves had evaded you, leaving you lost and tired in the darkening swamp. And then, as the last sliver of the sun dropped below the horizon, the evening came, and with it came the mists and the darkness. This pressing darkness forces you to rest and wait for the light before continuing your journey. Perhaps tomorrow things will make more sense. You make your preparations for the night. I do like the fact that it starts out with needing to make your preparations, so we obviously need to memorize spells. We're first level, so we're kind of screwed at the moment. So at the moment, we're going to be, I think both spellcasters, Leora and Dan, are both going to end up memorizing sleep because we don't have anything else. And remember, shield is kind of a crappy spell back in the day. I always thought it was kind of crappy. It's very situational. It's not as good as Mage Armor. Mage Armor lasted a lot longer. Shield was a lot simpler, smaller, did decent armor class bonus, but its big claim to fame was it blocked magic missile entirely. So, Helene, you're gonna get 1 bless, Cure Light Wounds, and 1 detect magic. Galen, memorize 2 Cure Light Wounds, and 1 bless. And then we're going to rest. Remember when we had to rest like almost an entire day when our characters got really high level just because of the spells and the way the rules worked in the old D&D games? That was ridiculous. The one thing I want to do, Fail is a paladin. Because we're playing in a much more later down the line version of this engine, we were able to change Fail into a paladin. Galen is still a cleric. I do want to turn him into a cleric fighter, but I don't know if we're ever going to get to that with the way we're doing these. I am trying to move these characters into other ones. So we're starting with this particular one, which is the Ravenloft campaign RQ1. Afterwards, we're going to be doing some custom ones, I believe, that are known as Serial 01, Serial 02, 03, 04, and 05. I think I heard that those take on average about half an hour for each one, but they're very highly rated, and I've looked at Serial 01 in the very beginning, and I was floored at how good the narrative was in the very beginning. So I definitely want to take a look at those. So we're going to save. A, because it's our starting, don't exit. Exit, there. Okay. As sunlight shines on the swamp, you board the raft and push your way through the reeds back into the muddy water. It is now daytime, yet the sun does not show its face. It is hidden behind the thick clouds which hang in the sky. The meek rays of light that shine through cast a gray shadow over the bleak landscape. Though your surroundings are similar to those of yesterday, you can now see that you are no longer in the same swamp. Alright, so... crap. We're facing east. Let me look. South and west, there's nothing. Okay, so I need to remember how I had done this. South and west is nothing. We are facing east. I want to somehow mark that this is my starting point. How do I do that? I mean, I could always do one of these, I guess. Here, I'll do that for now. Alright. So, facing north, it looks like it's this, is my guess. 1, run this whole thing again. Frickin' hell, really?
Welcome back.
Hi, Retro Mickey. Thank you for those resub. That's very sweet. One. Let's just do from here. 1, 2, 3. That looks like a door. I want to rename the region down here. Hold on. Rename. Swamp. Okay. And we have to save this. Save as RQ1. So facing south, it's just like that, I think. East. So in case you just joined, as I know that Retro Mickey did, we are playing Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures. This is a custom-made module that was put out by someone, I believe his name was David. I look at it, Darius Whiteheart was the name that he ended up putting down. He recreated the old Ravenloft camp adventure known as RQ1, Night of the Walking Dead. We have already obviously gotten sucked into Ravenloft because we had all the mists around us. That was our starting point. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3. Helene insists that you have passed this spot before. Wait a minute. 1. Okay, so that was 1, 2, 3. Not doing very good at the whole mapping thing for this one. Something slides through the murky water just beyond the nearby clump of trees, snapping twigs and reeds as it moves. Let's just go this way. Where are we? This is not a swamp.
Welcome back.
I don't know what to do with this. Yumi, thank you for the resub. Because this is not the swamp anymore. I mean, it definitely doesn't look like a swamp. Making a new map. Alright. So facing east, that's obviously goes back there. Let me put an arrow that says to swamp. How do I do? It's this. To swamp. Outside swamp. Alright. So, north, we're at 1, 2. Pretty simple. Yeah. Here in this large lake, the water below the raft is several feet deep. I think we're still in the water. To one side, black logs drift lazily atop the stagnant water. To the other, shadows slip through the trees and the underbrush, moving in time with the raft. The eyes of the swamp are upon you. That's a 1. Helene Galen insists that you have passed this spot before. 1, 2. I mean, it doesn't look like we've passed this spot before, Helene. As you steer your raft past the group of logs, you notice that one of them seems to follow the party, floating just behind your wooden vessel. Perhaps it is caught on something, Helene suggests. A black log floats behind you. What do you want to do? Speed up. The log continues to follow, remaining very near the edge of the raft. The black log floats behind you. What do you want to do? Push it away. You strike the log forcefully in an attempt to push it away from your raft. But the wooden pole is wrenched from your hands as a hungry crocodile erupts from the water and attacks. Wait, what just happened? Who got hit? So, we have all new character figures, obviously, and I hate the look of all of them because I didn't design any of them to look like this, so we'll have to change them. Body. Cast, sleep. Manual. Target him. It's asleep. So's Fail, apparently. God damn it. Who is this? Gim? That's fine. Move. Do the battle? Absolutely not. Party is one. Each character receives 10 experience. That's it. A bit shaken from the frightening attack, you recover your steering pole and move on through the swamp. Oh, Fail's almost dead. Lay on hands on yourself. Fail feels better. She got 2 hit points. I think it's like double your current level. So we're going to have to do a cast Cure Light Wounds on Fail. Now she's at 9. That's fine. I can deal with that. So in camp, let's just do a save B. Exit play, no. Exit. Okay. So until music comes back. Ah, damn it. I got the wrong thing up. We'll put this back on. F music, yeah. How is Isaac feeling? He's not dying, but he's not feeling well enough to do streams or anything. 1. So that was 1, 2. 1, 2. What? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So it's there. Wait, what? Crap. I'm so confused by this layout right now. This is west. Galen insists that you've passed this spot before. We've passed a lot of spots before. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 is an opening. And it looks like it goes in like this. So we'll do that. 1. That's south, right? Yeah. So west is still open. So it's gold box style. It's the companion will work on it. I don't want to use the companion. I actually like using the grid cartographer a lot more. You never did good in these games. You're directionally challenged. I'm definitely relying heavily on the compass, but the fact that this area is so open makes it a little bit difficult. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So this is up right here. It's like that. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Something slides through the murky water just beyond the nearby clump of trees, snapping twigs and reeds as it moves. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So it was there. Looks like it's this. This example in an Ori game, you can go mostly east or west. You went west for an hour looking for something that was to the east of the screen. I mean, that's Ori, though. That looks like it does this. 1, 2. Oh. A little less like that and a little more like this. One. It's north. So let's go east. Okay, so it's like that. Love Ori 1, 2, the ending ruined for you. I like the Ori games. I really enjoyed playing them. 1, 2. I like the fact that they had a complete ending to them as much as I would have loved to have had another
Mushroom.
game. I do like the fact that it was complete. Constable Mittens, thank you for the follow, and I love your name. So we're doing 1, 2. And there's just, it goes north once. So we're at 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. My mapping skills are not screwed. I at least have learned enough off of playing these in the past that I'm not horrible right now. Did it just hit nighttime? Do we have a day-night cycle in this thing? Oh, we do. Look, we have it's 8 p.m. I didn't even notice there was a clock. One. So from here, we're gonna go 1, 2. Out. You ask which game is this? It looks like one of the old Gold Box Crim games. Little PC screen on the side. We're actually playing Forgotten Realms Unlimited Adventures. This is a custom-made module by someone who posted it on a website known as frua.rosedragon.org. This is actually an adaptation of the first Ravenloft game known as RQ1. It is Night of the Walking Dead. So I'm very, very curious about it. I would love to play the... I've already gone through the Pool of Radiance series. I would love to do the Kryn series at some point. But at the same time, I feel a little rusty on my Dragonlance novel knowledge, which you kind of need in order to really understand the story. Which is why I've stayed away from that one at the moment. But if I ever do the Kryn ones, I will go into it knowing a bit more about stuff. Far ahead in the distance, you can see a bright green glow. Uh-oh. This glowing light seems to pulse in the brightness, twinkling just above. I gotta turn the music off. Just above the surface of the swamp, like the stars, which remain hidden behind thick, billowing clouds. This is a will-o-wisp. It hovers in the distance, lighting the dark water and casting a pale green light over the surrounding area. Then it is suddenly gone. What was that? Galen asked, completely puzzled by the strange glow. Then as suddenly as it vanished, the light returns and moves quickly towards you. It rushes over the swamp, darting under the branches and around obstacles in its path. It's certainly heading straight for you. As the orb nears, a buzzing sound is heard, growing louder and louder. Then the light zips over your heads and makes its way beyond the party back into the swamp. There it vanishes once more, only to blink again, along with several other green flashes which hover nearby. It is a group of dancing lights, a sight full of beauty amidst this dreary marsh. A firefly, a giant firefly, that's what it is, someone realizes. Perhaps we should set up camp for the night, Galen says. We could all use some sleep. You guide the raft to a nearby plot of land and step ashore, weary from the day's trek through the swamp. The warm campfire provides relief from the cold, dark swamp. I mean, we could definitely use... Lyra cannot memorize. Dan's the one that did it. Yeah, so keep that. We are going to... cast Cure Light Wounds on fail. Exit. I believe it remembers the spells now. Okay. Rest. 4 hours. Would I do Krondor? I would love to do Krondor. Krondor is another one of those that I kind of need to get beefed up on the books. I have not read the Magician series in a long time. So since we can do this, hold on. Fix Alt... Let's save B, exit play, no. There's a way to change your characters. Is it Alt? Yes, icon. So Helene, if we had to choose an icon for her, she's definitely not a barbarian. I don't really have a cleric looking one, do I? No, not really. I mean... this is the closest to her. Let's do fail. Icon. Fail, definitely. Let's see. What is she currently like that? Fail always was red-haired. I mean, we could definitely do this one. Exactly look like a woman, though. I mean, I guess it's okay, but... I'm not going to make Fail look like that. Get Fail the lady with the shield. With the boobs. This one. There was also the Savage Frontier games. There were. I don't know if I care much about the Savage Frontier games. But, wait, was Savage Frontier, was that the Dark Sun stuff? I don't remember. Done. Galen, icon. Honestly, that one's not too bad for him, but let's do this one. Done. Gim, icon. Do we even have a dwarf in here? We better. Yeah, we have plenty of dwarves. Here, we'll do this. We don't have a little white-haired dwarf, but this will work. Wait. We get him the one with the armor. He's a thief, though. He's a fighter thief. He never wears anything super heavy, so... Here, Dan, icon. Dan's easy, because there is very much a red-robed wizard in here. Done. Now they were Forgotten Realms games, Gateway of the Savage Frontier, and Treasures. Oh yeah, no, I haven't done those ones. There's Sword Coast stuff. No, I know those ones. I do have them, I believe. I picked up all the Gold Box games through GOG when they went on sale at one point, and I had told myself that I desperately wanted to try playing them because I had heard so many good things about them over the years. And so when I finally got a chance to stream them, I really, really loved it. We went through the entire Pool of Radiance series. We did not finish Pools of Darkness because I kind of wasn't... I didn't like the story. Like, the story I could get behind with all the other previous games. They were cool, but the story for Pools of Darkness felt like a tiny little mini episodic adventures that was trying to tie up everything up from every character you've ever met in the previous games. And while that was cool in its own way, the gameplay wasn't as much fun because you're so high level, you just don't feel like leveling up does anything impactful. Okay, exit. Save. B. So we don't have to do that again. Do not exit play. Exit. The day is dark and dismal, painted gray by the mist and the clouds. The sun has not shown its face since you arrived, and the air is clammy and cold. The raft slips through a tangle of tall weeds growing up from beneath the black, murky water. The fog has dissipated, but the surroundings are still gloomy. Great. Wait, this is west? Where the hell am I? North. East. Shit. Oh, I'm all the way back here. So if you don't get through here before the day turns, you just start back here. Check out the VODs to see the Pool of Radiance playthroughs you did. I enjoyed it a lot. I really like them. Let's go. Okay, I know where I am. Let's go this way, north. Okay. So we're going to go 1. Okay, from here, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. If you're wondering what program I'm using, I'm obviously not using the Gold Box Companion. I am using a program called Grid Cartographer because I like mapping. 1, 2. There's another opening there. 1. Where does this go? Back into the swamp. It should call it like Swamp A and Swamp B. Swamp B. And then we'll do 2 Swamp A. I forgot if I can just copy this. Can I copy you? No. Damn it. I'm pretty sure I can just copy it. I'm pretty sure there's a copy tool for it. So let's go to Swamp A and we'll say 2 Swamp B. We'll move that. All right. Go away, mouse. I don't want the mouse on. I don't use the mouse. I've never quite liked the mouse on this. Yeah, the Goldbox Crin and D&D games are a big part of your childhood. The Dragonlance books were a big part of my childhood. I never had a computer. We never had a family computer that was strong enough for me to play any of these games, and I don't know if I would have appreciated them as much when I was younger. Okay, so 1, 2. Uh, One. That looks accurate. North. All right. So 1, 2. And there's another opening here, which I have a feeling goes back to that part of the swamp again. Yep. So we're going to go... You had a little sad when you checked your gold box. The one disc had tiny rot. Glad you backed up. You really look after them, but guess it happens. You hope you caught it. Aw. Legend of Huma books. I don't remember those. Which one were the Legend of Huma books? I'm looking it up. Oh. I think those were some of my least favorites. I was always partial to the wizards and stuff, so anything that followed, like, anything with the Towers of High Sorcery in Kryn, I was all over. But I tried reading all the books until I ended up realizing you didn't need to, and the stories don't mesh up well. Like, with so many different writers, they were not consistent with their stories. Okay, so that's right there. We go south. Someone realizes that you've just traveled in a complete circle. Yes, I know. Thanks. Like, thanks. We already know that. Okay. South. West. Okay, so 1, 2. Let's go south. West. 1, 2, 3. 3. Looks like that. So north. Oh, looking at them, you have them. You remember reading them. So much of them in your set, yeah. Like the Legend of, I'm pretty sure I have Legend of Huma. Anything that dealt with the Knights of Solamnia bored the hell out of me, honestly. Like, and I know that there was obviously people that loved it. The party's jolted as something bumps hard against the bottom of the raft. East, south, east. I have a feeling it's north. Yeah. Let's see what south is then. How goes the adventure? Hi, Quizzy. We're stuck in this swamp. This is a totally different area. Okay. West and south. East. Here, let's put the music back on so we have something. I feel like we should have more ominous music considering we're playing Ravenloft, but I don't have anything. One, two. Is this going to be a door right here? Oh. Maybe I shouldn't be breaking this map up. Maybe there is no Swamp A and Swamp B. Maybe they just mix together. So, we could do fog, and we know this is... Ew, don't do fog. It wasn't fog. What was it? It was, we did dark? Yeah, we did dark to differentiate it. Okay. Because I think dark is also here? Okay. So we're gonna go... Freaking hell. East. Go back here. Quick snap and leaves rain down upon you as the unseen creature follows you among the trees. I mean, this is creepy. Here, let me... I'm getting rid of all these little notations because they're pointless. Wasn't there an eraser option, this thing? No. It was easier just to do this. Okay. South. North was nothing. I can go back to this one and do it. So there's 3 and 3. Thing in the middle. Let me move the map. So I'm just copying this. And there was this. Then it was 2. I did not do much the way of mapping in here. This was our start point. That's 1, 2, 3 over. 1, 2, 3 over, and then down. And I think that's all we got. So, and I never could figure out what I should do for my start point. So, what is this statue thing here? I don't have a really good symbol to do for like start point. Here, shoes. Boop. What? Oh, that's the walking thing to show that you've walked there. I don't want to do that. Here, this little target there. It's fine. Save that. And then we're going to get rid of this one. Delete this whole thing. Okay. So go east. Oh, beeps and boop, yeah. Overhead branches entwine to form a dense canopy. The sounds of the swamp are louder now and they echo through the trees. 1. Unseen creatures slide through the reeds below the water's surface. Chorus of croaks and rivets begins as if to greet you and growing so loud that every other sound is drowned out by their raucous song. Then all at once the chorus stops. Something slides through the thick vegetation beside the raft. Suddenly there's a flash of pink before your eyes. Then another pink flash and something sticks to your chest, pulling you hard towards the water. A trio of giant frogs attacks. No! Why does Leora have... Oh no! Galen just went down. Cast. Sleep. Manual. Here you go. Oh my god. Move. Not with that weapon. What weapon do you have? 10 darts. Okay. You're gonna just end here. What do you have? You have a studded leather mail and a spear. Oh, that's really cool. You can mark the mapping game. Well, it's a map program that I have. Darts are ranged only. Yeah, I know. If you live, you will eat well tonight on them chunky frog legs. What? No scream, lol. Oh yeah, there was no scream though. Ah! I forgot about that one. Move. It's fine. We know a comrade is dying. Here, what do you have for your... She has a club. Just bandage, Leora. No one wants you to do anything. I keep thinking I have to hit move. Continue battle, no. Party has won. Each character receives 105 experience points. The party has found no treasure. It would seem that the frogs mistook you for their next meal. Luckily, you were able to defeat them. You move on, wary that the swamp holds all too many predators and not enough prey. He's unconscious, thank God. Okay. Cast Cure Light Wounds on Galen. Exit. Galen, cast. Really? Cure Light Wounds on yourself. Are you kidding? I rolled a 2. Fucking hell. Rolled another 2. He has 6 total hit points. So this is... Oh, Leora does have 2 hit points. Okay, good. I want this to be... like, just notice that. Leora does have her classical 2 hit points. A stiff breeze kills her. Am I going to play Baldur's Gate 3? We will be playing it on stream at some point with the 4 of us again. We are not going to be playing it with the way that other people have been playing it. On stream, we're going to be doing the most absolute asshole-ish things we possibly could as our stream game. We are each playing it individually on our own. Isaac's been addicted to it, so while he's not feeling well, that's what he's been doing. But yeah, no, the Baldur's Gate 3 is definitely a thing at some point. I don't want to start it right away because I want to get to see some of it first. And for those of you who have not seen or have not known, anything you saw from Baldur's Gate 3 from the early access definitely has changed. Like, there's been a lot of tweaks and things that they did that I was not expecting them to do at all. So, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's what we got before. South was another one like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Party's jolted as something bumps hard against the bottom of the raft. 1. Hope they fix the dice rolls getting stuck glitch. Like from the release or from early access? Evil campaign, let's go. You hope he feels better. Quizzy says she hopes you feel better soon, honey.
Thanks, Quizzy.
It looks great. You might play at some point. I'm enjoying what I have touched of Baldur's Gate 3. I kind of wish that the characters weren't all so edgy. But I mean, I think it's just what people want in general. 1, 2, 3, 4. I will say that I've been doing my best to understand the backstory a little bit, especially since I've played Baldur's Gate 1 and beaten it, and played quite a bit of Baldur's Gate 2, even though I never beat it, and I really should. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Does that look like... Because I'm wondering if there's anything that makes us just go around in a circle. No, it doesn't. Okay. One. It's freaking weird. Okay, so music. We got to put that back. 1, 2. Something slides through the murky water just beyond the nearby clump of trees, snapping twigs and reeds as it goes. 2, 3. Pretty sure it's like that, but... Baldur's Gate 3 looks like an actually good implementation. It still feels like D&D is told by Larian Studios. It's not as good on the rule set. Solasta does 5th edition the best. But that being said, Baldur's Gate 3 so far has a lot of really compelling narrative, and that's what really is pulling me into it. I love Solasta's gameplay. I do not like Solasta's storytelling. Now then, you never Winter Nights 3. Early access, every time a nat 1 or 20 rolled, every roll after that would become a 3. Really? That's really weird. Only way to fix it was to back out and go back in. A lot of folks didn't believe you until you showed them. They probably have fixed it, but you screwed with your playthrough enough that made you leery of touching again. No, I've definitely gotten a nat 20 in the full release, and I've not had my dice. You do want to play it again, so... No, because you want to see what else happens and how much they've added to the game. There's stuff they've changed. For instance, the way you meet Gale, he's not as pretentious. A lot, and I kind of regret that. I kind of don't like that in some ways because I like the fact that he had that pretentious attitude, but they tried making him a lot more likable. Just glad Baldur's Gate 3 is doing so well, and I hope the studio releases more cool games soon. I'm glad it's doing well. It's doing good as well. Only worry is that people expect that from every CRPG, and you don't think Alcat is going to deliver the level of polish with the budget they have. I absolutely love Alcat's games. I have not played enough of Wrath of the Righteous. I still have not beat Kingmaker. Kingmaker I have so many disgusting number of hours in. And I absolutely adore it. I actually like the Pathfinder games better. But that's me because I like that tabletop game design. I still like story is really good, and I love the way that it's done. But Alcat's story is also because they pick up modules that are already well known, and they're just adapting those to their gameplay. So the story has already been created for them in a lot of ways. They're obviously filling in gaps and stuff. That I did not expect just now. But I really, really, really like the Pathfinder games that they've done. Like, I'm a huge fan of theirs. Oops. I clicked the button. That's all. South. 1. But his pretentiousness was half the fun. He thought the point was for them to be some unlikable bastards that eventually grow to love and get along. Pathfinder games embrace the nature you think, and that's what makes them work really well. Yes, and I do love them for that. I'm very partial to Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 rule set far more than 5th edition. I'm not a 5th edition fan, but I don't hate it. It's just one of my least favorites, and it's partly because everyone is slinging spells around. It's just, I don't know, none of the classes feel as special as they used to, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion, and there's a lot of people who how are we now? I need to change this because I stopped moving. There we go. Okay. We're good. Okay. Yeah, OBS just, I got a notification on Windows. It was all like, OBS is disconnected. It'll reconnect again soon. I was like, what? So I just, I force quit it and I just restarted it and it looks fine. Yes, because you're ISP. No, it was not you. Okay, so we're west, south, go 1. We're facing west again. 1, 2, 3. 3. I have a feeling south is that little nubbin. This little nubbin that I've been used to seeing. Go through. Twigs snap and leaves rain down upon you as some unseen creature follows you among the trees. It's 8:09. Shoot. Okay. Camp, save, B. So we gotta do 1. Shoot. You see a light in the distance cutting through the dark night. You guide the raft towards this faint glow, hoping to find some answers. Is that a village? A little island of dry land rises out of the stagnant water. The light comes from a fire that forms the center of a small camp. In the flickering light, you could clearly see a colorful gypsy wagon. It's the Vistani. 2 old mares, 3 gaily clad children, and an old woman. A moment later, 2 men step into view. One is old and thin, while the other is young and strong. They settle themselves beside the fire. Then the old man looks up, directing the gaze of his good eye upon you. The other eye is milky and blank. The man smiles and motions with his withered hand, inviting you to join his group. You're invited to the campfire. What do you do? That's a screenshot from the first Ravenloft game where you're going against Strahd. What is Strahd's possession? That's a screenshot of you going to the Vistani camp originally. We need a rest, so we're going to enter the camp. You pull the raft ashore and step up to the campfire. The old man greets you with a smile, saying, "Come, come, sit by the fire and warm yourselves. You'll catch cold if you stay out in that swamp." He calls over to the silver-haired woman and says, "Rihanna, bring them something warm to drink." You glance over at the... Oh, what was his name? Piotr or something? That's also a screenshot from Strahd's possession. You glance over the younger man sitting near the fire. He remains silent and watchful, eyeing the wagon, the 3 children, and you. The old man notices and quickly says, forgive me. My name is Scarengi, and this is my son, Carloni. The little imps you see running around are his 3 children. The plump old woman approaches with several steaming mugs. And this is my lovely wife, Rihanna. How do you do, she says in a kind, quiet voice as she hands you the warm drinks. Please have some, and tell me what brings you here to this dark and dreary swamp of Soragni? Carloni interrupts. We should rest soon so that we can get moving at first light. I want to put as much distance between our family and Marai de Tarascon as possible. His mother scolds him, saying, Carloni, shame on you. We have guests and we should be hospitable. There will be plenty of time for resting later. Scarengi responds, you must realize that we are all tired from the day's journey and some of us have forgotten how to treat guests. Carloni's face sours. Why don't you stay and have dinner with us? We can talk during the meal, and you may share our fire until morning comes, the old man says. Perhaps, he says with a sparkle in his eye, there will even be time for a fortune. Exhausted from your venture through the swamp and delighted to have human company and a warm meal, you agree to stay in the camp for the night. While you ravenously eat the hearty stew, there is an opportunity to ask the Vistani a few questions. Do you ask about... the mist, the dark swamp, the Vistani camp, I want to ask about Marai de Tarascon. Marai de Tarascon is a small village which rests on the edge of this very swamp. It's not far. But it's not a place to visit on a night such as this, he adds, looking up at the menacing clouds in the sky. He's going to milk them images for all they're worth, basically. Better to stay in the swamp, Carloni says under his breath. Though you ask repeatedly, Scarengi refuses to reveal more about the village. Rihanna agrees, saying to speak of evil is to invite it to dinner. Well. Ask about the dark swamp. Carloni scoffs, such is the swamp of Scorang, dark, mysterious, and full of danger. Rihanna says the villagers worship the Lord of the Dead, who they believe resides here. No one travels into the swamp willingly. Ask about the mists. Scarangi searches for his words and finally answers, "It is hard to say exactly what the mists are or how they function. Some believe they serve the powers of darkness, others believe they act completely on their own. One thing that is known is that they are very powerful and you cannot escape their grasp." We can ask about the Vistani camp. "We just stopped here for the night on our way out of Marai de Tarascon. How fortunate that you came across our camp," Scarangi says, smiling. When you inquire why they are leaving the area, Carloni says only it was time to move on. Nothing more to ask. After dinner, Carloni carries the sleepy little children into the wagon for bed. He then heads to the front of the Vardo to tend to the horses. A moment later, the door at the back of the wagon opens to reveal a shapely young woman with dark, expressive eyes. She smiles shyly, then settles nearby beside the fire. "This," Scarangi proclaims proudly, "is my beautiful daughter, Valana. She will tell you your fortune." Valana gazes at each of you in turn, with the firelight shining in her large black eyes. "The trouble began when I cast the runes for that quiet and lost young man," she explains sadly. "Perhaps it will end with another casting." She holds a flat pan in her lap and small bones in her hands. Then, after gazing once again into your eyes, she drops the bones into the pan. "The Lost One has called you," Valana gasps. Each member of the family hastily makes a protective gesture. "The dead will walk with the coming storm, and you must find a way to put them to rest. If you cannot, the rain will turn to blood. It will drown you, you and all of Marai de Tarascon." Scarangi quickly ushers his wife and daughter into the wagon. "No charge for your fortune," the old man adds hastily. "It's time to rest after the adventures of the day. Be our guest and sleep beside the fire." They're running as fast as they can from us. The door is quickly closed behind them despite your protests and questions. Only Carloni remains outside, settling upright into the driver's seat of the wagon with a heavy cloak around him. He closes his eyes as if to sleep. You're left alone pondering the words Valana spoke for your fortune, and finding that with each answer, there are more questions. As you begin to settle for the night, you can see Valana's shapely form outlined in the wagon doorway. She speaks barely above a whisper, yet you can hear her clearly. "Beware the madman," she says. "Beware his blood." Then the door closes and Valana is gone. You gather around the fire, wary of the stormy night sky, a storm which is always threatening to break, and a storm which has become sinister due to Valana's frightening message. But perhaps you will wake up tomorrow and it will be gone. The mist, the swamp, the storm. Yes, tomorrow. You make your preparations for the night. Fail. Lay on hands on yourself. Okay. Exit. I don't think I... Okay, first we're going to do save. B. No. We're going to just rest. That way we can get our spells back. Hey, Penguin. Okay. Save again, just because. B. Exit play, no. Exit. When you awake in the morning, you are alone. Your raft is exactly where you left it, but the gypsy wagon and its family are gone. Feeling refreshed from the night's rest and the warm meal, you board the wooden raft and return to the swamp. I don't know where I am. Time is beginning to lose meaning for you now, as the gray sunless days merge into black moonless nights. Last night you again saw the sky blacken and boil, yet still no rain fell. Perhaps today, with the knowledge you have gained from the Vistani, you will learn more about this strange swamp and the mists. Or perhaps you will stumble upon the village that old Scarangi mentioned, Marai de Tarascon. Where the hell am I? Fuck. I look like I am all the way over here. Facing south and then west. I am. 1, 2. I'm right here. I'm here. So let's go back north. Something slides through the murky water just beyond the nearby clump of trees, snapping twigs and reeds as it moves. Here. So 1, 2. Is it like that? 1, 2, 3. You know, if I was using the search option, we'd be moving a lot slower, and I haven't done searching, and I remember I used to do that all the time. Honestly, half tempted to go out with a shampoo bottle. It's raining so hard. Go. Camp, save, B. Exit, play, no, exit. Okay. The last time we saw something like that, it was over here. Hold on. Ha ha ha! This goes around. So the swamp is going in circles. Mm. I don't know what. Back to the west is what I'm going to call it. I don't know what else it is. No. A goes to B. Maybe I should do that. Call it that. And then over here, I will say B goes to A. All right. Well, we should go east then. Come back through here. South. 1, 2. That's not what I wanted to do. West. This does the whole goes north thing. Trying to see if this is somehow like related to anything else we've done or not. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drifting into this area, Fail spots an old flat-bottomed boat concealed by the reeds and nearly submerged. You investigate. Sure. You move closer. An old flat-bottomed boat lies here with a gaping hole in its side, just above the waterline. Searching through the wreckage, you find a small wooden chest held shut by a rusty iron lock. That would be for Gim. Open. The old lock breaks away and fairly easily, and the chest swings open, revealing its waterlogged contents. Soggy food, soaked in tattered clothing, and 2 short swords, both wrapped in soaking wet cloth. Take the swords. You take the 2 swords and examine them more closely. They're similar in that both are delicately crafted, finely balanced, and engraved with writing you do not recognize. But the hilts are quite different from one another. One is wrapped with gold threading and depicts a small sun just under the blade, while the other has a silver cording and features a tiny crescent moon. Each character receives 133 experience points. The party has found treasure. Okay. View. Wait. Take. Detect. Take. Both of them are magic. Take. Okay. We don't know what they are. I don't think I want to just use them. Exit. Camp, save, B. Exit play. No. You know, we could do the stupid thing and just do this. And just say, ready? No. Looks like we can... Here. Trade this to... Gim? Sure. Okay. One, two. A green tree snake drops into the raft from the dense foliage above you. Fortunately, it's non-poisonous and is easily pushed off into the water. Party's jolted, something bumps hard against the bottom of the raft. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. Okay, that's fine. And then just 1. Another green tree snake. This may have gone over here. One, two, three. It is. That's so weird. Okay. So let's just call this B. So we'll just say B goes to B. And we'll just call this one A. Huh. Oh my god. Much mapping, yes. And we gotta put on some music again. I keep trying to turn the music off so we can hear what the designer originally put in. Okay, so west is... That's B. So let's go east. wait. That's not where I am. Am I at the top? Yeah, I went to the top because I was testing it. That's right. So let's go south. Someone realized that you just traveled in a complete circle. Yes, we will. Yeah, I don't know where this is going. That's north. South. This is winding back over to here. The hell? So where the hell am I supposed to go? Am I just supposed to wander around until nighttime comes? Or do I actually need to search for things? Because that's the one thing I haven't really been doing, is I haven't been searching. So if this is that area, then it'd be... Yep. Gims insists that you've passed this spot before. We have. Search. Wait, don't search. Go back here. Search. Searching takes an extra 10 minutes. So let's just go west and go back to where we were, I guess. That's down here. Party's jolted as something bumps hard against the bottom of the raft. Hey, buddy. I have a feeling we're gonna have music soon, so let's turn this off real quick. It seems something always seems to happen at nighttime. Buddy. Trees in this part of the swamp close in around the raft, forming a thick tangle of branches and exposed roots, making progress slow and difficult. Sharp, broken limbs scratch your arms and legs as you push the raft forward, and the wind whistles an odd, lifeless tune as it rushes through the leaves overhead. As you break through a clump of foliage, a light appears in the distance. It is brighter than a single lantern, warm and inviting in the cold, damp air. The light is not at eye level. It hovers in the dark so that you must look up to see it. Like moths to a flame, you and your raft slide easily toward the source of the light. It's a small wooden house, hardly larger than a shack. Light spills from its two front windows and an open door. The house appears to be suspended in the air above the surface of the swamp, its reflection shimmering in the dark pool before it. As you approach the house, you realize that it is not really floating, but is in fact mounted atop 4 stout poles, which lift the house some 8 feet into the air away from the water and away from the danger. Other than the occasional croak or song of a cricket, the swamp around this house is still. You float before a suspended wooden shack. What do you do? Explore. Fungus covers the underside of the house in patches, and the sturdy poles which rise from the water are spotted with frog and snail eggs. Though the house has windows, it is impossible to see into the small shack from this angle. However, you can see that there is no porch and no boat. Whoever lives here must be gone for now. Gim says. You float before a suspended wooden shack. What do you do? Jump up. The raft does little for support and balance as you attempt to leap up to the doorway. In fact, at each landing, the wooden craft rocks and sways, threatening to tip you into the murky swamp. Dejected, you begin to turn away in frustration, realizing that you cannot get into the wooden house. Suddenly, a rope ladder drops from the doorway, but no figure steps into the light to greet you, and not even a shadow passes the open door. The ladder, constructed of wooden steps and thick rope, simply unrolls with a brief clatter of knocking wood. The last step hangs just above the surface of the fetid water, inviting you to climb up into the warm light. The ladder gently sways above the black water of the swamp. Do you climb up? Yes. The little house has only one room. All told, more than 24 lanterns hang from pegs on the walls and sit on the warped wooden floor, flooding the shack with light. To the right of the door, unopened boxes have been neatly stacked against the wall. An open-top barrel sits beside the boxes. In the center of the room, facing the door, is a young man. He sits within a circle of 5 burning lanterns with his large blank eyes fixed in place. The young man is unusually thin and pale, and his long blonde hair hangs limply to his shoulders. His features are tortured. The simple shirt and pants that he wears are clean and fresh. He clutches a small book in his lap, but makes no move to get up or greet you, except to slowly struggle out a phrase that is incomprehensible. Beyond descend shall evil of night the land, at nearest signs of Hexad, this win hand. Then he returns to his quiet state, neither speaking nor responding in any way. You stand in the small wooden house. What do you do? Talk? You question the lad, attempting to communicate with him, but he simply continues to stare blankly ahead. When you grow weary of the effort, the young man then speaks in a low mumble, reciting the following twisted verse. The on descend shall evil of night the land, at near are signs of Hexad, this win hand. Explore. What would you like to explore? The lanterns? There are more than 24 lanterns in this small room, all exactly alike. You take a closer look at one of them and find it to be typical of any other lantern you have seen. You're near one of the many lanterns in this room. What do you want to do? I don't want to touch them. Nothing. Look at the youth's book. You're able to take the book from the young man's lap without a struggle. The book appears to be a collection of children's poems. Each page contains a short rhyme similar to the confused verses which the youth utters. Flipping to the first page, you find the following inscription. To Luke, my beloved brother. It is signed Marcel. You hold the book of children's poems in your hands. What do you do? Return it. You set it back into the young man's lap, who makes no gesture or other acknowledgement. What would you like to do? Explore the boxes. You tear open one of the stacked boxes against the wall. Inside, you find that it is packed with fresh food. You also notice the barrel is filled with fresh drinking water. The stores are substantial, allowing the party to eat and drink heartily. What would you like to do? It's the never-ending story. Oh my god. Should we take a lantern? I don't think we should be taking the book. Like, at the same time, it's like, should we be fucking with anything in here? Lanterns. Let's take one. Just as you remove the lantern from its peg on the wall, the silent youth stands up, walks directly towards you, wrenches the lantern from your grasp, and purposefully replaces it in its proper spot on the wall. He then returns to the center of the room and sits exactly as he was when you entered. I feel like extinguishing it would be bad. Let's do nothing. Let's set up camp. You stand in the small wooden house. We're gonna set up camp. Finding shelter in the brightly lit shack, you make your preparations for the night. We are very much gonna just rest. And we're going to save. As the day breaks and you prepare to return to the swamp, you take a look out of the nearby window. You wipe the steam off the tiny window and peer into the gloomy marsh. At first, you notice just what you have come to expect. The sky is overcast, the water is dark, and the trees are gray. But from this vantage point, you are able to see a darker, heavier cloud among the others. It is a wide cloud formed of many thin fingers which rise up from behind the twisted trees. That's smoke, the smoke of a nearby village, a member of the party proclaims in excitement. Marie de Tarascon, Gim says. It can't be more than a few hours from here. You stand in the small wooden house. What do you do? I'm going to set up camp. Just to save. Then we're going to extinguish the lantern. Lanterns. Extinguish it. As soon as you put out the flame, the youth leaps to his feet and flings himself violently against the wall. He does this over and over again in a blind rage, bashing his head and body repeatedly into the hard wood. Quickly, relight the lantern, a member of the party shouts. Hurry before he kills himself. Once the flame is restored, the young man calms down and returns to the spot on the floor where he sat when you first entered. Youth's book. Take it. Body. Okay, buddy. Keep it. You hang on to the book thinking that it may have some other importance. Oh. Stand in the small wooden house. We're going to leave. Climb back down the ladder rope, returning to the familiar raft in the dismal swamp. Strangely, the silent and unresponsive young man follows you down the ladder, steps to the center of the raft, and proceeds to sit down just as he was within the house. Because we took his book. The young man sits in the middle of your raft. What do? Push him off? Push him off. You shove the lad into the dark swamp water, which is about 3 feet deep where you now float. The splash is minimal due to his emaciated body, but tiny drops of the black water is sprinkled upon your face. The young man lies in the water for a moment, but slowly and gently climbs back aboard the raft, returns to the center, and plants his soggy form exactly where it was. You can attack him or deter him. Let's just keep him. Leave. You leave the suspended house behind and drift into the swamp, heading towards the dark smoke cloud which hangs in the southeastern sky. Navigating towards the rising smoke, you come to a large lake filled with dark, stagnant water. Broken, twisted tree stumps reach out of the swamp like skeletal fingers clawing their way out of the marsh. Suddenly, the mysterious young man utters an odd verse. The on descend shall evil of night the land, and near are signs of Hexad this when hand. The sky begins to fill with rolling black clouds, darkening the swamp even further and making the smoke trail difficult to see. For the first time, lightning plays across the heavens, but still no rain falls. As you push your way across the Black Lake and reach the eastern edge, you find a wide channel which leads south towards the area from which the smoke rises. Although the channel is broad, it is choked by the gnarled tree roots which spread into the water. Here on the eastern edge of the Black Lake's twisted finger, you finally reach the small village. Marie de Tarascon. I have a feeling we're gonna need to make another map. A member of the party says, somewhat relieved yet somewhat anxious as to what exactly lies before you. A streak of lightning flashes towards the ground and is followed immediately by an ominous clap of thunder. Yet no rain falls and the skies quiet down once more. These storm clouds simply hang above the swamp, growing more and more threatening with each passing day. When the storm finally breaks, it promises to be spectacular. Pull your raft ashore and head into the village, hopeful that in this place you will find refuge from the swamp and from the coming storm. Walking through the village, you can see that most of the houses are small and made of wood, which is warped and aged quickly due to the humidity of the nearby swamp. The main part of the village lies past this cluster of houses to the south. Ahead, you can see what looks like an inn, beckoning you to seek warmth and comfort within its walls. As you stand here beside the doorway of this tiny cottage, you notice that a sign has been posted to the door. It reads, "Gone to the church." Looking to the east, your eyes fix on the crumbling brick steeple that rises above the village. It is the church built upon a large hill that overlooks the town. A crowd of people is gathered there, dressed in dark clothing and bowing their heads. It seems that a funeral service is being performed. What do you do? Move closer. You head to the church, climbing the wide hill on which the sanctuary and its large cemetery rest. Solemn faces gaze at you suspiciously, but no one says a word. The villagers soon return their attention to the priest who stands over a coffin which is wrapped in heavy chains. Are they a party member? You're talking about the guy that was just on our raft? The priest's booming voice echoes throughout the churchyard. "Friends and family, we mourn the untimely death of Jeremiah Degree," he laments. Let us take comfort in the fact that he goes to a better place, and let us pray that his eternal rest is peaceful and without incident. Jeremiah, you will be missed, but you will not be welcome here again. Depart this plane and go to the next world with our blessing. They probably have their people coming back out of their graves, which is why they're chaining the coffins. The priest continues his liturgy, even though a muffled bang causes a moment's pause. The villagers flinch but quickly regain their composure. He's banging from inside the coffin. The bang sounds again from within the coffin, and it rocks back and forth, but the priest and the crowd ignore it. "Someone alive in there," Gim whispers to another member of the party. The chains on the coffin rattle as something struggles from within. What do you do? What are the chances that it's someone alive and not, like... Let's just watch and wait. Don't get involved. The ascendants load the coffin onto a wooden cart and pull it further up the hill to the cemetery while the crowd follows. All the way up the hill, sounds of something trying to escape emerge from the coffin, but the villagers ignore it. The priest waves his holy symbol over the lid of the casket and whispers, "Jeremiah, be still." The large iron gate before you swings open as the cemetery keeper meets the funeral procession. He directs the cart into the cemetery towards an open vault. The thumping within the coffin is finally silenced as the attendants hastily slide it inside the vault and seal it up. Then, without a word, the crowd returns to the village, and you're left alone standing before the tomb of the most recently departed of Morai de Tarascon. Here lies Jeremiah de Gris. There are thick chains wrapped around his vault. Okay, that's facing south, huh? Here, I want to put where's my gravestone thing? It's more like a coffin here. That works. So north we have this. We have a door. Is the door able to be opened? Oh yeah, it is. That looks like it's just a whole bunch of... I don't know if this is the village or if this is just the graveyard that we're dealing with. Where is the where is that grave thing? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It doesn't matter. Here. Ah, fuck. Trying to do that so I get rid of it. There we go. Okay. So search. Nothing. 2. Pretty certain it's like this. West. 1, 2. Wait a minute. Isn't it like this? Isn't that what I ended up seeing? Yeah. It's the same, both of them. I don't know if I want to be stuck in here at night. Give me a second. Did we go through the south one? Not really. West. Where's my little casket thing? I need to put some more in. Here it is. There you go. Bat, bip, bip, bip. Wait. 3. Freaking hell. South. Okay, from here we're gonna go 1, 2. Yep. Okay, that's what I thought. So this whole thing is more like in the bottom corner. That's what it looks like so far. Honestly, we're gonna just go east real quick. I'm also gonna say that this is Jeremiah's. Because that's where he was buried. Alright. Because I wanted to find the gates, because I don't want to be in a cemetery at night. One. Great. From here, I think it's 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It looks like the gates are like this. It's just one gate. Here I was thinking there was more than one. Okay, so 1, 2. And I have a feeling that's another sarcophagus or tomb, whatever. That's here. I mean, all I'm remembering is the Pool of Radiance, like, graveyard, and that place was horrible. You don't like this place in general, at least it isn't a swamp, though. It's true. I don't like this place in general, and at least it's not a swamp. The Iron Gate Creek shut behind you. Okay. Can I just put this all on the same map? Probably. Because we can just sit there and say, like, graveyard. Pretty obvious. So this is where? West. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. So it's 3 long. Okay. I don't know what building this is. Do you want to return to the village? No. Oh wait, this goes to the village. Holy crap. Okay. Graveyard. Here, we'll do that. You know what? We're gonna actually go to the village. We're gonna say yes. Climbing back down, you return to the main street of Marai de Tarascon. Okay. Can I move these? No. So we're facing south. You can very clearly see that these are tiny ass little homes. I mean, do they even count as homes? North is there. So we'll go to graveyard. No. Is this just a 2x2? Probably. The priest's cottage remains locked during the day when he is most likely at church up to the hill to the north. So we're going to call this the priest's. Oh. So I guess there's another 2x2? I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. A woman comes to the door eyeing you suspiciously. She says nothing, but you can see her muscles are tense, her breathing is shallow
Welcome
and
back.
quick, and her
ルッ
brow
ク
is
アッ
beat
ト
of
リス
sweat.
ナードヤボスマグ
Tom! Thank you for the 73 months. Holy crap. Look at this nerd. God damn it. Though you try to soothe her, it is obvious that she is too panicked and nervous to help you in any way. East. Okay, so it's like this. South, but there's a whole nother one right there. Those are trees. I mean, I kind of wish I could just put down trees. Don't I have a tree? Like, I have these. Which makes it a little bit easier to determine where trees are. 1, 2. Looks like it's a little copse of trees. This is a straight up 2x2 little shack. No, stop it. I just don't know where the door is. Let's go east. There it is. Search. Resident of this house screams at you in terror. Looking down, you can see the glint of metal in his hand. You carefully step back out of the house and away from the frightened man. We are literally being, like... A little boy sits in the middle of this small home playing with tiny figurines carved of wood. Most of the toys are martyred to face, and broken off limbs and heads lie strewn across the floor. As you stare at this strangely macabre scene, the boy looks at you spitefully and screams for his parents. You make a hasty retreat. Yeah, we know. Can you let me out of the house, child? I think I'm broken. Woman comes to the door, eyeing you suspiciously. She says nothing. Okay. Can I leave? Oh my god. We need a certain party member with pointy boobs. We need Vala. Is that her name, Vala? I'm stuck. There we go. Holy shit. D. The door to this large townhouse is tightly locked. What do you want to do? Knock. Gim steps up and knocks on the door, but no one answers. Pick it. The lock is of masterful quality, and despite your efforts, you are unable to break into the townhouse. Ah. Yeah, let's get some music back. It's been quiet. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dear Lord. Okay. Might have to move that on the map, but it's fine. 1, 2. It's already 3 p.m. Go in here. Resident's house screams at you in terror, looking down. Okay. It's north. So 1, 2. Where's my 1, 2? Head to the plantation and fields. No. That's east is plantation and fields. That's not how you spell plantation. To plantation and fields. Alright, so I think that means boop, this is the best way. There we go. Can't see it really. There's the map, the way this map is set up, or the way this program is set up, it has larger grids. I'm figuring that this is the size of it, if anything. I think that's it. Right. So we're gonna go 1, 2, so it's 3. So let me get one more little foresty thing. 1, 2. Fuck. Fuck. 1, 2, 3. And then the fourth one was that. So we're gonna go 1. There's a door right there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. How weird. Head to the plantation in the fields. It's kind of cool in some ways, I guess. I mean, it's definitely different. All right. So we'll say no. Go north again. 1, 2, 3. Nope. I don't have it. It's like this. Leave Murai to Tarasca. So that's the whole. All right, we'll do it like that. That's the map for the most part. Okay. No, we're not leaving. I mean, do we really want to... The inside of the shop is decorated with hanging fabrics of all different textures and a row of mannequins all adorned in extravagant clothing. This I did not expect. Shaking his head, a man approaches and says, "You're not from around here, are you? Your sense of fashion is so outdated. Good thing you've come to see Thomas Levy. You asked for information. Listen, I'd love to sit and chat, but I'm so busy right now. Apparently, Gene Tarascon needs some more uniforms for his servants at the plantation, and it's just taking me forever to get them finished." Clothing. Thomas leads you over to the row of mannequins where he tries to interest you in an assortment of gaudy fabrics and foppish patterns. "We look so good in these. Let me tell you, this is the new look for the discerning adventurer. It's all the rage in Port de Elor." He holds his silk shirt up to Gim and comments on how delightful it looks. You politely ask to see what other items Thomas has for sale. "May I help you?" "Buy a belt, boots, cloak, and a robe." Why would you buy any of these? "Can you appraise?" No, he doesn't appraise. Leave. So this is his shop. North. West. So 1, 2, 3. Gail steps up and knocks on the door. The timid voice of an elderly woman responds to the barricaded door, asking, "Teresa, is that you?" She realizes it's not Teresa, becomes agitated and frightened, and yells, "Get away, you foul flesh eaters! Go back to the cemetery from whence you came." Okay. So, one west. My mapping skill is kind of screwed right now. Oh, no, it's a tiny-ass little hovel. Woman comes to the door, eyeing you suspiciously. She says nothing. I say this. Wonder if... South? I don't want to do south. North. So there is another forest right here. Or trees, whatever. Leave? It's asking me if I want to leave from here. Did I do this wrong? Is this supposed to be further up? No, it's not. No, do not leave. Actually, that's there, not there. Why is this so much further up, though? 1, 2. Leave. One. No, we can go up. So this is, it's like this. North. Trying to figure out where the border is. It's all this. I guess technically that's the border. It's freaking weird. No, we're not leaving. South. Wait, oh, because I'm in front of the shop. Doesn't matter, I'm still just leave? No. I'm so lost in where I am. Which house is this? Is this the 1, 2? Oh, this is east. What the frick? Oh, this is the shop. Okay. So from the shop, we go 1. Biff. Okay. We have that one. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. We already knew about this. Wait a minute. Does the priest's house come out like that? Climb the hill to the church and the cemetery. No. Yeah, basically, wait a minute. I have not been doing the priest's cottage correctly. Oh, I fucked up the map. That's what I did. Everything needs to be shifted over. Friggin' hell. Actually, I don't think everything needs to be shifted over. I think just the priest's house definitely needs to be shifted over. Alright, west is the... Okay. So I think the priest's house needs to come over here. I'm so upset by this. Every single time I do this, I get so upset by it. Like, what the hell? There, okay, let's move this. Just to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fuck! I did have it right. Eh! Just every single time. Dear Lord. Alright. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's an L-shaped house based on what I can see from the backside. So it's shaped like this. One, two. Yep. That's correct. That's correct. I'm not touching anything anymore. 2, 1. Okay, so this is not like this. This is like this. Nope. A man comes to the door and eyes you from head to toe, regarding you with great suspicion. The intensity of his gaze begins to make you uncomfortable. Finally, he speaks, saying, "I'm Constable Gremmin. What do you want?" Do you ask for training? Yes, I suppose I have time to train your fighters, but you'll have to pay 20 gold pieces would be enough. 20 is not bad, but we have, like, no money. Training is... Wait. I don't know what our what experience point level we need to be able to do anything. Listen, I'm not here to answer your questions. I don't like strangers very much, especially when their arrival just happens to coincide with a string of murders. You just be careful around here. I'm watching you closely. Gremmin. I'm gonna put Gremmin and training. Or just train. But I'm putting little dashes. There. If you ask for it, we're just gonna leave. We definitely don't have enough experience. We have 1,249. We might have enough experience. Hold on. Crap. Where's my instructions for this? Installed games. Where's my Dungeons and Dragons? Wait, don't I have it open? I should have the manual in here. Right? Fuck. Manual. Got it. Do we have player races, ability scores, blah, 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 blah. Magic users, blah, 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 blah. There's got to be a charts in here somewhere. I broke it. I tried hitting the page down. Here, you guys can see this too. Tips on magic, we don't care. We have all the monsters in here, the monster manual. Need to know maximum level limits, range of ability scores, constitution weapons, blah blah blah. Actually, weapon. What we have spears, which was 1 to 6. We have short swords. Short 1 to 6. Okay, magical short swords better. I need the level. Here we go. Levels. Cleric. Cleric needs to be 1500. Fighters need to be 2000. Fail's not ready. Magic users need to be 2500. Paladins 2750. Fail's definitely not ready. She needs 2750. A thief only needs 1250 to level. So him might be okay to level. Actually, Leora might too. Let me see. No, because they only get half the experience, remember? Shoot. Dang it. What's in here? Oh, just inside this unlocked cottage, a large bookshelf filled with fanciful writings stands before you. Nearby is a wooden desk with more books spread upon it and several sheets of paper with notes scratched all over them. Hastily, a frazzled old man stumbles out from the rear of the cottage with still more books and drops them onto the desk, disastrously spilling them all over the floor. As he stoops to pick up his precious manuals, he notices your presence and greets you with a broad smile and open arms, saying, "Well, hello there. Come to see old Mordu, have you? What can I do for you?" You asked for information. I have a pretty good idea of what's happening in Marai de Tarascon, but I'm still consulting some of my books. If you would just come back tomorrow, I promise to have proof and we'll talk all about it. Studied a great deal of wizardry in my time, but adventuring was never my calling. It seems certainly I would be happy to pass along my knowledge of your magic users. I'll even train you for free. On second thought, I suppose I really need money for food, books, and some more of Louise's red licorice. Oh, I hate to ask, but I'll have to charge you 10 gold pieces to train you. Actually, hold on. Free books, so wacky. I don't think you can train. Yeah, not enough experience. Leave. So, Wiz train. It's the best I can do for that. Oh, we're at nighttime. Holy crap. Save, B, exit play, no, exit. Yeah, I thought he was gonna have like a small little house like this. How does he have so many books in this house? South. Is that really 3? 1, 2. No, it's 2. Hold on. Constable's cottage is locked tightly for the night. Okay, so that's 2. 1, 2. Hit a wall. Fucking hell, I swear. This better be a 2x3, like, patch of woods. 1, 2. It is, thank God. Thought I screwed up my map again. Alright, so in camp, we're gonna save B, exit play now. You know what we could do? Because we're completely disastrous in our own heads. Oh, don't do that. We could go up into the graveyard in the middle of the night and see what happens. Let's do it. Wait a minute, this is the right way. Here at the top of the cemetery hill, a large church built of crumbling stone stands to the west, while the walls of the cemetery lie to the north. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Church has been locked up tightly for the night. Oh, okay, so this is the church. That makes sense. It's a really small church altogether. But 1, 2, 3. No one else is within these cemetery walls at this hour. We know. Dan hears a muffled bang from within one of the vaults. Just mapping. Oh. South goes to that. So is this like this? Find out. West. I mean, kind of is. East. It's two in between. The door there. None of these maps fit properly. Like, on my mapping thing, none of them fit properly. Like, I thought they were going to be, like, nice, compactly squared areas. No. No, 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 no. Everything overflows into everything else. That's the south. I have a feeling that all the undead are contained within the vaults. Where did we leave the one guy? Did we just leave him on our raft? He's just sitting on our raft back out in the middle of the water in the swamp. He jumped on our raft. We're all like, okay, if this is what you want. And then we just left him. Like, fuck you. North. Really. I mean, I guess it doesn't feel... It's a very long graveyard. Very long. I think this is the end of it. Which means it's probably like this. Like this, there's a lot of people that died here. Search. Oh, these are together. That's different. Let's watch this stream on his phone whilst on the boat. Oh my god. South. Oh, I think it's like this. It's kind of weird though. Like, why are these further out? It is very weird. West. Like, we know this is the wall. Oh. Oh, this one's big. It probably is like this, honestly. Oh, I forgot to put one over here. Okay. Give me some coffins. Coffin. It's just showing where the headboards are, or the nameplates are. I don't know. Dan hears the sound of rattling chains coming from one end of the cemetery. Does the party investigate? Yes. We move closer. This might be a bad idea. If it's a ghost, we're screwed. You follow the noise to the south end of the cemetery and quietly stop a few feet away where you can see what is happening. It is difficult to see clearly in the darkness, but you could just make out two figures who appear to be removing the chains from the sealed crypt of Jeremiah Degree. What do you want to do? Watch quietly. You sit and watch for a few moments longer as the two figures break away the last chains and open the tomb. Then, to your horror, a man climbs out of the crypt and immediately spots the party. He shuffles towards you while the other two finally notice your presence and advance. Oh my god, it's the Resident Evil zombie! As they step closer, you realize that they are not human at all, but rather flesh-eating ghouls. A battle begins. Vale is terrified. Helene is terrified. Fail, my paladin, is terrified. Gale, my... What am I supposed to do with this? Aim. Manual. Where are they? There's two ghouls and one zombie. I can't put them to sleep, and I have no attack spells. Guard. Fail's paralyzed. Gim is gonna have to move in. At least Gim has a magic sword. One hit of damage. Fuck. Done. Aim. Manual. Use your dart. You missed. Fuck. Turn. You failed. Helene. Turn. I mean, we're level 1. Our chances of turning the undead is so small. Leora, guard, don't go in. You're gonna get yourself killed. Fail just went down. Missed the ghoul. Missed. Missed. Fucking god, we're screwed. Cast. Sleep's not gonna work. Actually, you know what? What happened? No, because it's gonna end up affecting my own party. They're all gonna go to sleep. And Gim's unaffected because he's a dwarf. Thank God. Can you guys hit? For fuck's sakes. Miss. Comrade is dying. We know. Target. Hit. No. Cast. Cure light wounds. Gim's healed partially. We're gonna have to move Leora in. She missed. Cast sticks to... There's no sticks to stakes! Missed. Took damage. Comrade is dying. Bandage him up, Leora. Gim's down. Exit. Bandage. Gim is bandaged. Oh, Leora just went down in one hit. Okay. Dan's paralyzed. Oh my god. The mists consume you and you were lost forever. I have to go to the restroom. I will be back. Wait, why is it wet? It's a good place.
Sounds like a good place to stop so you can play Baldur's Gate.
No, I'll be right back, guys. BRB, here's some music. But I will be right back. Alright, guys, I'm back. Okay. What happened to music? Okay, we're gonna try this again. Give me a second to switch it back. So we're gonna say play the game. Load save data. B. Okay, begin adventure. So I don't know if it's worth going to the graveyard right now. I don't know if I just got screwed. You know what? Let's try going to the graveyard, and then let's try actually attacking them as they start. Can we see the area? Oh, you can see the map. Holy crap! Ah, my life could have been so much easier. Forgot you could do that. So upset with myself. Like, for fuck's sakes, it even shows you what the doors are. Granted, it makes it a little bit harder to know which ones you have and haven't gone into, but like, I am listing the ones that I've gone into, at least. Mostly. The ones that we know what they are. Like, down here, there's something here. Looks like there's a door here and a door here. Holy crap. Wait, that's not right. What am I doing? How am I screwing this up so bad? No, this is... God. I'm like zoning out or something. What the hell? So it's 3 from here. One, 2, 3. Oh, it's a fence. Warm light and sounds of chatter spill from the windows of the large 2-story building. Let me lower this. Before you, a cold wind blows and the sign above the doorway begins to sway, squeaking on its rusty pole. I don't even want to put a gate here. I just want to leave it empty. It's an open. I think this is a shed. One, 2. So it's a very large house right here. That's what it looks like. Okay. It also looks like it's going to be like this. Okay. All right. Let's go in the shed first. Stables are closed at night. Entering the large 2-story building, you find yourself in the common room amongst several villagers laughing and drinking away their troubles. It seems as if they cluster here in this inn for safety. As they take notice of your presence, the room grows hushed and quiet. Wary eyes fall upon the party, watching your every move. Altogether, there are about a dozen tables before you, half of which are filled. In the southwest corner lies a staircase, and to the northwest, a young barmaid serves drinks. Is that the bar? I think that's the bar. Rooms for rent upstairs. See Gerald Bascom. At the top of the stairs, Fail nearly runs into a silver-haired man who stands at least 5 inches taller. He looks down upon the party with his one good eye and speaks in a low rumble. I like how they use the picture, the former paladin from Strahd's Possession. Well met, travelers, and welcome to the Full Moon Inn. Gerald Bascom at your service. Do you ask for a room key or information? Information. You're on luck, adventurers. We have an available room just down the hall. You may have it for a simple fee of 3 gold pieces per day, and if you pay for a week, I'll even cut the cost by 1 gold piece. Leave. I don't even know how much money we have. 40. Oh, we have plenty. And we have a gem on Fail. Everyone has a gem. And 40 gold. Is there a bed? Like, is there a little bed icon? Can I put a bed icon? No. Man. What about tent? Just tent. Here you go. Tent. It's the inn. Here, let's do inn. Name it. Thankfully, we can do it this way, which is a lot freaking easier to map this out. Actually, this is really weird here, though. Like, what the hell is this? Oh, you know what? This might be trees. I mean, it's a decent-sized town. Here. Yep, those are trees. Okay, so the trees go... it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes over 3. 2. And then it's there. Whoa, trees. Save it. Okay. More trees. 2 away from here. 1, 3, 4, 5. Well, I mean, I also didn't do this. We obviously have more. Should probably see what those are. Can we not just go in? It's also 3 a.m. We don't believe in sleep. I think the doors are just locked. More trees. 1, 2, 3. Do you want to leave? No. Okay, so leaving is right here. I have a feeling it's all the way up like this. So let's go back. Oh, it goes down 3. South. Leave. No. So leaving again is right here. Oop. It's a lot easier to move around like this. At least. I mean, it doesn't give me the best view of everything. At least tells me where you may leave. So there's 3 here. 3 houses. And then there's one big one here. I'm not spending my money at the end just to rest yet, just because I don't know what I need to do at the moment. And we haven't spent any of our spells or anything. Leave. No. So this line is definitely going all the way across, and I'm totally fine with that. And there's more trees right here. I will say this town is really well designed. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it did come from a module that someone created. So this is like this. This is simple like this. Think of all the times that I would have like not had to worry about fucking with the map if I had thought to use the area command earlier. Yeah, like, oh, my mapping sucks right now. Hold on, let me area command this, and then I completely forgot that was a thing. Yeah, there's no going inside this. 1, 2. Oh. Wait, why is that part of the border? I have a feeling it goes like this. Oops. Really weird. Hi, KDB. Area and camp area. Go back. Go north. Somehow I can go around that. Alright. 1, 2. Oh. Holy shit. Oh. It's just gonna go all the way around like that? No. Oh, holy crap. Finding the border of this town, I swear to God. So it goes... Yeah. Good lord. Head to the plantation in the fields. So this... Okay, so here's this line. So all of this... Hold on, you can't see. It looks like that. Definitely interesting. But I'm gonna change that. We're gonna do this guy. Say that. There, it's a little bit easier to see. Save it, because this has been a pain to map out. No, we're not leaving. Actually, what about the plantation? It's too late at night. Can I encamp in the middle of the street? Rest. Rest for hours. 3, 2. Add. Rest. Villager happens upon the party and says, "What are you doing here on the streets of Marai de Tarascon? You should head over to the Full Moon Inn and rent a room." Wow. Bitch! I don't want to rent a room. Might have to. I mean, honestly, it's not that expensive. Here, let's get an idea of where we are. I like how this is supposed to be one hole here. It's supposed to be like foresty forest. Okay. Let's go. Oh, that's why we get that little blink, because we're transitioning to a new map because they can't hold a bigger map area. Ha! That explains that. Okay, so Gremmin's home is like this. Okay. I don't know if you can go to these houses or if they're just here just to look like the town's bigger than what it is. Okay, so this is definitely that border. The fuck? That's so weird. No, don't climb. Oh, I think I see what happened. That goes through. When up here, we transition to a new map. All of this. So there's 3 houses. Minimum. That's this, this, this. And then there's another one here. Pretty sure this is like this. There's a whole bunch of trees up there. So that is 2 above, so it starts here. So there's 2 this way, and 1, 2, 3 this way. And it's by 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's like this. Look at all the trees. Look at all those chickens. And that goes to the cemetery. So that's part of the border. This is kind of crazy. Leave to Tarascon. So that's the border here, as far as we can tell. You notice the village constable in a nearby alley kneeling and peering at something on the ground. Let me get some more trees in here first. So, like, you're all like, oh my god, plot. And you're like, no, but the trees. You move closer. That's where the fuck did I just move to? Oh, I'm over here. I'm, all the way here. The constable regards you sternly. Spattered all around him on the grounded walls are flecks of reddish brown. Before him is a large stain on the same same substance, which is apparently dried blood. In the center of the stain is a single piece of bright red licorice. The constable kneels before the party, carefully searching the alley for more clues. Inquire further. The constable stands up and directs his focused gaze over the entire party for what seems like several minutes. Finally, he speaks, saying, "Very well, I'll tell you what I know of the recent murders in the village. A string of murders began occurring about 2 weeks ago. Also, several villagers have disappeared, simply vanishing in the night or failing to return to their homes. The red licorice we already know from the wizard is being sold by a particular woman. But I believe that the murderer is responsible for at least some of the missing people, because I have found the same thing at many of these crime scenes, a piece of red licorice, just as we have here. For further proof, a few days ago in the center of the village, I discovered some more evidence. There was a pile of items belonging to some of the missing villagers, along with several pieces of red licorice. Whoever this sick individual is, I promise you that they will pay dearly for this psychopathic behavior, or it could be the wizard." The constable kneels before the party, carefully searching the alley for more clues. Offer help. Constable thinks for a moment and then reluctantly accepts your help. "Yes, I suppose I could use all the help I can get. I haven't found any substantial leads yet, and the murders are still occurring. But I must warn you, it will probably take some time before the villagers warm up to you and tell you anything important. Then again, perhaps you can gather more clues than I have." With that, Constable Gremlin returns to his cottage, leaving you alone at the grisly murder scene. It's 6:05 a.m. Thank God. Save. B. No, don't exit. Exit. This is the murder scene. It's right there. Here. Murder! The resident of this house screams at you in terror. Glancing down, you can see the glint of metal. I mean, reaching the base of the stairway, you step into the town stable, where an old mare is being brushed by a young lad. He looks at you timidly and says only, "Hello, I'm Gerald Jr. My dad's dead." Is his father the one that died? I don't remember. Do you ask for information? Despite your efforts to calm him, the boy seems shy and doesn't respond to your questions. Leave. Great, thanks. Where is the fucking barmaid? Information. I don't want that. I mean, we can get a room key for a week. But I can always come back and just do it whenever. Alright. Let's leave again here. 3. 1, 2. No. Okay, so we know where this border is. Leave? No. We know where that border is. Okay. Leave. No. Leave? No. Whoa, that's a really weird spot to be leaving on. Oh. That's a very weird spot to be leaving. I think all we can do is try. Whoever lives here refuses to open the door to strangers. I have a feeling we're not going to be able to get into it. The door to this cottage is unlocked and it appears that no one is home. Do you enter? Yes. Quietly step inside. The inside of this tiny home is just filthy. A few feeble rays of light shine through the east window, which is carried with layer after layer of dust. A desk stands against the south wall and appears to serve many functions. On top of it rests a lantern, some crumbs and rotting fruit, and a few loose notes. The stench of this house is overwhelming. On top of the desk here, you find a few loose pieces of paper. Do you want to take a look at them? Yes. Dan takes a seat at the desk and looks more closely at the pages. The first note reads, "Things to do. Prepare to crypt for funeral. Check. Attend Jeremiah's funeral. Check." Second one looks like it comes from a diary. It reads, "Another day, another death. I do believe that Marai de Tarascon is cursed by all of this. Once this storm passes by, I may well leave." The final slip of paper is a list of recent deaths. There are 9 names. Besides 7 of the names, it says that they were buried in sealed coffins. The other 2 are listed as escaped. Those are the 2. I think those are the 2 ghouls in the graveyard. Clues. Shabby bed with bits of scattered dirt upon it is shoved against this wall. Looking through this filthy window, you can barely see Cemetery Hill. Resident of this house screams at you in terror. Maybe I should be marking when there's just someone in a place. That way we know that it's an occupied home. Little boy sits in the middle of this small home playing with tiny... Yeah, okay. Okay, we're not going in there. There's someone in there. Yeah, someone's in here. Go in here. Tiny home is currently empty. It seems that whoever lives here has gone out for the day. Whoever lives here refuses to open the door to strangers. Should I put like an X there or something? Like they don't want you in? Red field. Can't get in. Locked. I don't know. Is there a locked door icon? I'm pretty sure there is. Whatever. I'll just do the red field. We'll do this person. Tiny house is currently empty. It seems that whoever lives here has gone out for the day. Just say empty. Did we do the one up above us? Sawdust floats through the air, which smells of freshly cut cedar. Lining the south wall is a collection of unfinished furniture and cabinets. The woodwork is simply exquisite. As you look about in admiration, the doors to one of the cabinets in the corner suddenly springs open and a half-dozen children leap out, charge towards you, and race out the door screaming and giggling. The man before you pounds away with a large hammer as he drives a nail into the base of a tall chest of drawers. He glances up briefly at you and accidentally slams the hammer onto his thumb. He grimaces and remains silent for a moment, then returns to his work. You see a sign nearby that reads Marcus Bordell, Village Carpenter. Marcus has been getting around and has been fucking like crazy, apparently. He has so many children. You asked for information. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to answer your questions. You'll have to come back another time. Carpenter. Carpentry. Listen, I'd be happy to build a cabinet or something for you, but you'll have to be patient. I'm in the middle of a big project right now. It seems that Jean Tarascon wants a new set of furniture for his parlor. The earliest I could get to your project would be about 3 weeks, and if I were you, I wouldn't stay here that long. Leave. Yeah, this one's considered to have someone in it. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure it would let me in there. Alright. Kind of wish I had thought about this, but I had no idea we were going to be dealing with suddenly trying to figure out a murderer. You step into a large cluttered room with crates of food in one corner and shelves packed with bottles and boxes in another. There seems to be a bit of everything in this shop. You notice a man of small stature is nearby, unpacking one of the boxes and loading its contents onto an already overloaded shelf. He notices you and says, "Welcome to Daruno's General Store. What can I do for you?" You ask for training. It's just between us, but in my earlier years, I made my living as a skilled pickpocket. He's a thief trainer. Alright. So we gotta go... Store... Thief train. Store / okay. Must charge 20 gold pieces. I really need the money. We don't need train. Ask for information. Don't have anything to say to you right now. Please come back some other time. Leave. Can we not buy stuff from him? For fuck's sakes. Within the small bakery, the wonderful aroma of fresh baked bread floats through the air, and with the warmth of the oven, it strikes within you an instant of hunger for whatever you lay your eyes upon. Looking around, you see a large wicker basket which holds several loaves of bread, and there are 2 trays nearby on which rolls and muffins are neatly stacked. Large glass jars of licorice, both red and black, rest on a shelf. A woman approaches from the rear of the shop and says, "Ah, well met. Welcome to the bakery of Louise Decan. What can I do for you?" This is the bitch. She did it. Let's kill her. Bakery. The fuck was that art on a Magic the Gathering card? Is that what this is? It might be. You ask for candy. Small bag of red licorice will cost you only 1 gold piece. Who has the money? Leora. Sample a small bag of Luisha's red licorice, remarking that it is indeed very tasty. You ask for information. Unless you want to buy something, I really can't help you right now. I've got to keep baking. Please come back some other time. Kim wants bread. Louise asks for 1 gold piece and for 2 loaves of bread and a few assorted pastries. Who has the money? Fresh from the oven, the loaves are warm and steaming, and the pastries taste sweet and delicious. The flavor is delightful. I. Area. Within this house, a family of 4 are huddled in the corner, clinging to one another for safety. They look at you fearfully. They get up out of bed in the morning and they instantly climb into the corner, holding each other. That's how it works. Gathering his courage, the father lunges toward the party and yells, "Get away from us! Do you hear me? Get away!" Assuring him that you mean no harm, you kindly oblige and step out of the house. No one is here right now. You decide to leave rather than risk being caught. Whoever lives here refuses to open the door to strangers. So we got this one. We got this one. This one's locked. I don't know if the lock means anything. I think it probably means nothing, but I don't know. Resident of this house screams at you in terror. Of course they do. Map. Seriously, look up Magic the Gathering Daughter of Autumn. I want to see it. I want to see it. Daughter of Autumn. That's her. That is very much her. Oh, God. Hi, Dave Chilla. Hi, Palm. How are you guys? I might not stick on this game all day. I don't know. I was thinking of, like, changing to something else. I have no idea how long I was planning on streaming today. I wanted to stream today initially, but with Isaac not feeling good, I definitely wanted to fill in, like, the gap of us not streaming on the weekend. Yesterday we had family stuff to do, and he wasn't feeling good in the morning, so that was the whole deal with that one. But today we're just home. Woman comes to the door, eyeing you suspiciously. She says nothing, but it's the same default one. Okay. Here, let's try this one now. Within his shop, a large, powerful man works at his forge, hammering away at a once shapeless piece of iron, which he crafts into a sturdy door hinge. It is unbearably hot in here, and sweat begins to form upon your brow. We found the blacksmith! You know what? I'm just to say B-smith. That way it fits. Ah, shit. You gotta go to the DMV tomorrow. Boo! It's not even a bear, honey. As he ceases his work for a moment's rest, he notices your presence and suddenly clutches his hammer and backs away in terror, knocking over a few metal rods which crash and cling on the floor. Okay, good. Suddenly, a woman comes running into the room, sizes up the situation, and says, "What's going on here, Jordy?" The woman notices the quiet young man at the rear of the party and explains, "Oh, it's him. You must excuse my husband. He's terribly frightened of Luke Tarascon, but I don't blame poor Luke for what has happened." Gim is able to coerce Luke into waiting outside of the shop. Wait, has the guy been following us? Is able to coerce Luke into waiting outside of the shop until you leave, and soon the blacksmith calms down. The woman sighs and says, "Well then, I'm Nadine and this is Jordy. What can we do for you?" Equipment. Please take a look around. I have made a few weapons that you might be interested in. Buy. Holy shit, what? Oh my god, armor. Oh god. It's so expensive, though. Fuck. But we can change our weapons. Items. Sell. 1 piece of gold, sure. Sell. We have studded leather armor. What do you have? Helm and a club. Are you kidding me? Hold on, guys. Alright. So a club is 1 to 6 damage. It's not horrible. What's a mace? A mace is 2 to 7. Morningstar is 2 to 8. Technically, we should get the maces. Like, are both of our clerics? They have really crappy stuff. A flail, a mace is 8. We don't have any shields. How much does a flail do? A flail is 2 to 7. A mace is 2 to 7. How much is a flail? A flail is 15. A mace is 8. We're not buying a fucking flail. Starting to think every picture in this is taken from Magic the Gathering cards. I mean, it might be. It's easy to grab like artwork from that. A knife is 1. Buy a mace. Buy a mace. Chainmail is 75. Fuck. Where's our armor class stuff? Thief can have leather armor and that's it. He doesn't have leather. Chainmail is an armor class of 5. That would be nice, honestly. Okay, so here's what we can do. We can appraise the gem. Sell it. Appraise. Gem. 250 gold. Done. Alright. Pool all the money together. Buy. Buy it. Alright. So, view, item. Ready that. Oh. Ready that. Trade that to Gim. I don't know if Gim can wear that. He's already wearing it. So trade the studded mail to Lean. Rid of that, sell that. Alright, get rid of that, sell this. Yes. This is a lot better. Okay. Galen, I think we're going to buy, get another chainmail. What is the point in the helm? That's what I want to know. I think the helms are pointless unless they're magical. I don't know what a helm does. Checks against crit hits is what it used to do in the past. You know what I could do here? So his armor class is 4. Undo the helm. It's nothing as far as I can tell. What's her armor class? 7. Shit. Cool. Buy. Get the chainmail. Like, we're screwed if we don't. Unready this, ready this, sell this. And what we can do is we can appraise. Who else has a gem on them? I think Dan and Leora do. Leora does? No gems or jewelry. Oh no, because I pooled it all. Appraise. Who has it? Pool. Share. She has one. Appraise. Gem. It's valued at 500 gold. Sell it. View. She has a gem. He has a gem. 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 Appraise. Gem. 500 gold. Sell. View. So, pool, share. 210. That's not bad. Appraise. No, we don't need to appraise anything else right now. Question is, do we need any other gear? He's carrying around a magic short sword. Can he identify these? View. Item. Identify this. Yes. Short sword +1. Done. View item. This one. Short sword +1. Okay. I'm fine with that. Hammer, flail, knife, short sword, broadsword. I mean, broadsword would be nice, but having magic swords are better than having just a basic broadsword. I'm trying to look up the stats on these things. So a short sword is 1 to 6 damage. A broadsword would be 2 to 8. But this short sword is 2 to 7 technically, with a +1 to hit. So sorry, I haven't been paying as much attention to the chat. Yeah, the music that's playing in the background is just Skyrim collection. Because there's not a lot of music in the gold box games. Granted, this one being a custom one does have music that pops in. It's still nowhere near as like anything. I can't get. There's got to be like a Fletcher or something in this town. I'm guessing there has to be someone that sells. I don't know, like where the hell is a quarterstaff that I can get for my mage? 10 darts cost 10 gold. What the fuck? Exit. Hold on. What does Leora have? She's got a club. It's like going around with a tree branch hitting people. That's what it feels like. Club 1 to 6. Dagger is 1 to 4. Dart is 1 to 3. I think I'm gonna get a dagger for Dan. He needs something as a backup. Buy. Dan buys a dagger. Shouldn't I get like a short sword for Leora? Just get her a basic short sword that's like, I mean, it's 1 to 6. Wouldn't do any difference. Alright, exit. You asked for information. I prefer not to talk about anything other than business right now. Nadine and I are a little upset about some of the things that have been happening lately. So is everyone else, but okay. Leave. Okay, in camp, save B. That went pretty well, and we're doing a lot better as far as, so armor class 5, armor class 4, armor class 5. I like how Galen has the best armor class. Gim is got armor class 5 from just wearing studded leather, but that's because his dexterity is what, 16? What is Leora's? Leora's dexterity is really high. Hers is 19. She's the highest one. Okay. Area. No one is here right now. Decide to leave. Okay, so we know that this is here. I'm just trying to explore every single building at the moment. No one's here. Go this one. Whoever lived here refused to open the door. Yeah, a woman is upset. Blah, 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 blah. Tiny home is currently empty. Whoever's been here is gone for the day. What is this big building that we never found out? 6:37 p.m. Door to the large townhouse is tightly locked. What do you want to do? I like how we can actually see inside. Lock is masterful quality, and despite your efforts, you're unable to break into the townhouse. Comes to the door, blah, blah, blah. Tiny home is currently empty. Whoever it is left. It's already 6:53. Whoever lives here refuses to open the door to strangers. Okay. Another locked door. Save it. You don't think you'd answer the door either if there's a serial murderer on the loose? Seriously. It is obvious that she's too panicked and nervous to help you in any way. Well, there's still the plantation we haven't gone to, and Luke is following us, and I have a feeling the plantation's owned by his family. Oh. Wait. There's someone that goes here. Yeah. Oh. Dang it. Laura steps up and knocks on the door. The timid voice of an elderly woman responds. She's looking for Teresa. What do I put a note on? Here. There. Can't see it too well, but if I hover my mouse over it, it pops up. She realizes not Teresa. Get away. Foul flesh eaters. What about the tailor? Ask for clothing. Thomas leads you over to the row of mannequins where he tries to interest you in an assortment of gaudy fabrics and glamorous patterns. May I help you? But doesn't have anything worthwhile. Like, you can buy a robe from him, but for what? You can buy a cloak from him, but for what? Like, none of his stuff I need. Shit. Alright. Head to the plantation in the fields, yes. Here at the entrance to the plantation in its expansive fields, you stand just within the picket fence which surrounds the grounds. Ahead you see the stately white manor house, an impressive two-story mansion. Let's do... plantation. Whole new map. Although the house is in excellent repair, the grounds themselves are a bit unkempt. Weeds have sprung up all over the area and the flower beds have grown ragged. There's a faint glow of light which comes from the rear of the otherwise dark manor house. Young Luke turns away and returns to the village, leaving you to explore the area alone. Huh. Well, looks like it's the bush. A little hard to draw it without fully knowing the details. Yeah. I think that's a door. Actually, I have a feeling it's like this. I have a feeling like this is a gazebo. A gazebo? Oh no, it's a garden. Huh. Okay. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a little garden area. Light spills from these windows at the rear of the house. Rear door of this large manor house is tightly locked. What do you want to do? Knock. Leora steps up and knocks on the door, but no one answers. That's because it's Leora. She probably, like, went to knock and she just went... It's the amount of like, strength she has. Rear door of this large manor is tightly locked. Pick it. Lock is masterful quality, and despite your best efforts, you're unable to break into the manor house. Leave. Peering through this window, you can see that there is some activity inside. You take a closer look. Let me... Bushes. 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 Beyond the window lies a spacious dining room with fine appointments showing taste and wealth. A chandelier of burning candles fills the room with a warm and pleasant light. A number of large covered serving trays lie on the table in the center of the room, and places have been set for 4. 3 servants, their heads bowed as they walk, enter from a side passage and take their places at the table. With a flourish, one of the servants lifts the lid from the grandest platter, revealing tonight's meal. Remains of a freshly dead young man. Oh no. Dried blood covers much of his pale flesh, and a wicked cut stretches from ear to ear. Suddenly a face appears in the window, staring with malevolent eyes, the eyes of a ghoul. The foul creatures shatter the window as they leap through and attack. Oh no! Fuck. What does being terrified do? I think it lowers our armor class or something. We're not ready to go after ghouls. They're so strong. You know what I need to do? Speed. Slower. Exit. Five damage. Turn. Nothing. That might be a little slow. They slapped you. All? Yes, they did. We are getting fucked up by them. I need to turn up the volume on this game a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't even remember where I last saved it. Outside after I bought everything. Play game. Load save. B. Begin adventuring. Tiny home is currently empty. It seems whoever has been here... I'm trying to check the homes I haven't checked. So this one... Party became ghoul poop. Basically. Within this house, a family of 4 are huddled in the corner, blah, 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 blah. Oh, the priest's house. You could try him up north. Lane's locked during the day when he is most likely at the church up the hill to the north. Oh, but it's 6:41 p.m. Here. Camp, save, B. Exit play, no. Exit. Here's what we're gonna do. Door to large townhouse is tightly locked. What do you want to do? Force entry. Door is too strong and refuses to give way to the strength of the party. We don't have enough experience to level up. If I could get my clerics to level up, our chances of surviving would be a lot better, just because I might be able to turn the ghouls. The other place I haven't tried is down south. I could also try and approach those houses in the daytime. In this house, a family forkling, blah blah blah. So all three of these are occupado with people who aren't worth talking to. No one wants to talk to me. Except for that one, which is this one. I mean, I can also just leave and camp, save, B, exit, play, no, exit. Leave, yes. Oh, this is the swamp. Camp. I guess we could just encamp outside. Rest, hours, add 7 hours. Rest. Party's repose is interrupted. After an extended attempt at resting comfortably, a disgruntled member of the party speaks out. I can't sleep out here. That storm is drawing nearer and we need to find some shelter. Enter Mariah de Tarascon, yes. 12:58 p.m. Alright, so where do we want to try and go then? Because I kind of feel like... maybe I should... okay, let's go to the church. Because I have a feeling that's what we want to do. Area... oh, don't leave. No, from there. Yes. Okay. Here at the top of the cemetery, a large church built of crumbling stone stands to the west, while the walls of the cemetery lie to the north. So area off here. Inside the church, great stone arches rise up to the ornate ceiling, and dozens of candles cast shadows into the dark recesses of the chapel. Kneeling at the altar to the west, the priest is deep in prayer. He cries out in anguish as he lashes his back with a flail, performing an act of penance for some deed which only he knows. Feeling your presence in the room, the priest concludes his prayers, composes himself, and approaches you, saying, "Welcome, my lost children. I am known as Shaman Brucian. What can I do for you?" Noticing the young man who followed you from his swamp house, the priest seems surprised and says, "Well, Luke, what are you doing here?" He goes over to the youth to make sure he is all right, while the young man responds by reciting a twisted verse. "Seventh doth sons of sun the time rise, to of eternity and to the nave, and to nave the send cries." Oh, he can give clerical training. Information. Suppose I could talk to you for a few minutes. I can see that you have good within your heart and want to help. I'll tell you all I know. Ask about young Luke. Poor Luke is a lost one from the village. I'm afraid that some of the things he saw recently brought about this change within him, and he then retreated into his own world to block out the terrors he witnessed. It was decided that Luke would be better off living in the swamp away from Mariah de Tarascon, so there he lived for the last 3 or 4 weeks. took pity on him and occasionally ventured into the swamp to bring Luke some boxes of food and fresh water. That's where all that came from. Ooh, it's an Anhava constable. Wow, they edited out his sword. That's weird. Because he's supposed to be a priest. But that swamp is a dark and deadly place, as you well know. Information about recent deaths. The priest seems deeply troubled and is reluctant to discuss the subject, but Helene is able to persuade him to talk further. There's a great evil plaguing this village, my children. People who have been dying suddenly, even those who seemed healthy and strong moments earlier, but that is not the worst of it. The first such death about 3 weeks ago was a field worker named Hogarth. Only minutes after falling dead to the ground, Hogarth rose again as a mindless servant of the undead, what some call a zombie. Since that day, I have been sealing the coffins of the recently deceased as a precaution. This has proved a wise decision many times in the last few weeks. Other. I'd rather not talk about anything further today. Perhaps some other time we can speak again. Well then. Passed through the creaky iron gate and set foot in the hollowed ground of the cemetery. Within these 10-foot-high walls of stone stand dozens of mausoleums and stacked vaults, housing the dead of Morai de Tarascon. A voice startles you as the cemetery caretaker stands nearby and says in a gruff voice, "Perot doesn't like strangers. What brings you here?" You ask for information. "I don't want to talk to you strangers right now. You can take a look around if you like, but I have work to do." Entrance. You may enter, but you'd best be out of here before the night comes. Not even Perot stays in the cemetery during the night. Caretaker returns to his work, leaving you to wander the cemetery. Oops. I have not bothered doing this entire thing yet. How big is this cemetery? Look at all this stuff that's over here. Like, there's another one right here. And there's a gate. Holy crap. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is a gate. Jeez. It's like this. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. This is not here. I don't know what I'm doing. I see 4 of them. So it goes like this. I mean, I could just take the circle thing and just do that, and it would make it, but yeah. And then next to it is one that has 3. You know, if I could just find some basic undead to, like, help me level or something. Like, it's so easy to get yourself wrecked in this if you're not careful. How did people manage to do this module in the past? What the fuck? I have no clue. West. Just. Oh. There you go. So you had 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it looks like this is a wall. The wall setup is really weird. God, look at this. Freaking hell. Who its uncle is. Yeah, 3, and then we have this 4. This. And we have all the way. Oh dear Lord. There we go. How do I? Let me see. There is a way to do. I just want to do the box, the one box thing, not even like the line, just the box. And I don't remember how to change it to that. Mark tool. It's fine. Whatever. Oh wait, no, it doesn't do that like that. What am I doing? Because it's weird and wonky and goes here. As long as I don't move, the game isn't moving forward. But I will say that this one is, I'm liking this one so far. It's a well done story for the most part, but dear Lord, it's hard. Especially it's like, oh, you want to go to the graveyard? We've been strictly instructed, don't go to the graveyard. It's really dangerous. Went to the graveyard. It's dangerous. It's what we get. Heavy and rusted locks on this gate prevent your entrance. Well then. It's 4:11. Love the song. Iron Gate creaks shut behind you. You want to return to the village, yes. Climb back down, you return to the main street of Marida Tarasca. I'm telling you, it's like I need to go to the one manor house in the daytime. Maybe I should go and see if about the wizard. It's right here. Information. Ah yes, I'm anxious to talk with you about what's happening in this cursed village, Mordu says. He then hands you a piece of red licorice from an earthen jar which rests upon his desk and begins to chew a piece himself. Ask about the books. Oh, I love my books. I've read all of them several times, except for the one about some Anton Misroy character. It's written in this ancient language that I can't decipher yet. But my favorite book is this one, right here. He says, tapping the worn book on the corner of his desk. It's The Cult of the Swamp God by Andrea Zaman, he says proudly. Information. Ask about Marida Tarasca. Yes, I have my own theories about the mysterious deaths and disappearances in the village. You see, I'm certain there is a cult operating somewhere outside of Marida Tarasca. A cult that worships the god of the swamp. That kind of makes sense. And I think there's an operative within the village who is leading the cultists, masterminding the summoning of the swamp god. When the swamp god rises, we will all become his mindless servants of evil. These deaths are just a sign of what is to come, I'm afraid, but you can stop all of this if you can find those cultists. The problem is, I'm not sure who or where they are. What else do you ask about? Licorice. I don't know about that, my friends. I'm going to do my best to find out who the mastermind of this evil plot could be, and as soon as I figure it out, I'll tell you. I think I already have a pretty good idea who it is. What was the bakery lady's name? Information other. Luke. Leave. I really wish you could buy scrolls off of them or something, so that I could scribe magic missile. Crap, can't remember this card name. Pretty sure he's a blue creature, though. That would make sense. Maybe I should talk to the stable master? You ask for information. Despite your efforts to calm him, the boy seems shy. Oh. You asked for information. Unless you want to buy something, I really can't help you right now. I don't remember her name. Staring out into the black moonless night, a member of the party yawns and says it's getting late. Perhaps we should call it a night and head for the inn. Is that like an indication of just go to the fucking inn for a change? Take that. Suddenly a vile stench wafts into the building. What is that? Helene says. One of the patrons of the common room collapses to the floor, fainting from the horrible odor which hangs in the air. You quickly race to the door, looking for any sign of what might be causing such a foul odor. The smell has blessedly grown somewhat faint now, but it seems to be slightly concentrated further to the north. Why? I have a feeling it's an undead roaming around. Here, a light from an open window on the second floor shines down onto this dirt path behind the inn. Here at your feet, the path is littered with small bits of flesh and ichor from which a most unpleasant odor arises. Back of the common room, the man who succumbed to the odor seems to be reviving with the aid of smelling salts. But then all falls silent as everyone hears the heavy thud of footsteps from upstairs. The boards overhead creak as the heavy steps plod from one end of the room to the other. The footsteps seem steady, almost mechanical. We're just gonna go upstairs. The steps continue down the stairs, one by one, while all wait with bated breath to see who will emerge from the stairwell. It is a zombie. The mindless undead lumbers purposefully towards the party with arms raised for attack. It's just one zombie. I'm fine. I'm fine. Why are you terrified? I feel like this is a Ravenloft thing. Undead are cause terror. Where is it? Wait. Wouldn't it be behind us? What the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Leora, you're staying here. Delay. Done. Guard. Delay. Done. Guard. Oh. Okay, speed. Slower. Let's put it at 8. Done. Turn. Nothing happens. Why do I even try turning undead at this level? Guard. Guard. Boobs. Which is the one that boobily boobs forward? That's Vala. She's not in this. She was an NPC we got from Seekers of the Silver Blades. Guard. My mages can't do anything. They're completely useless against undead in this. I need magic missile. Damn it. I was trying to see if Gim could backstab. I don't even know if a zombie can be backstabbed in 2nd edition. Guard. Can I just end turn and... There, zombie's down. Any battle now. 10 experience, oh boy. Most of the villagers are huddled in a corner of the room, bonded by their shared fear of what they have just witnessed, but a few brave souls help you to drag the body outside. The room is hushed, fallen silent, with the horrifying realization that no one is safe in Marida Tarascan, even in the company of others. You asked for information. You're in luck, adventurers. We have an available room key. Who has the money? Fail does. Actually, have Leora. He happily takes the gold coins and hands Leora a heavy iron key which is inscribed with the number 3. Your room is just down the hall on the right. Room number 3. It's yours for the rest of the week. If you need anything, just ask. What do you want to do? Go to your room. The door is tightly locked. I probably should have talked to him. There's no one here. Which one's ours? Room 3. The heavy iron key turns easily in the lock, allowing you to enter the small but impeccably clean room. Still weary from your arduous journey, you are delighted to find this room an adequate place for resting. Here you need not fear the dangers of the dark swamp. There's no beds. Lightning plays across the heavens, darting from cloud to cloud, granting life to the massive storm which looms over the village. Once again, Luke stares blankly out the window and recites another strange verse. Inajira fortunes his make will reverse, dooming the dreaded with live to all curse. Although you feel strangely unsettled, you are comforted knowing that there is a sturdy lock on your door. You can store your items, it's kind of nice. Though you sit close to the fire, you cannot help but feel a chill in the air as you prepare for the days to come. Guess we're just resting. Wait, we have nothing to rest for. Are you fucking kidding me? Save. B. Rest hour. Okay, so just do 5. No, that's 3 in the morning. 7. Rest. Save. B. Exit play. No. Exit. Although you feel strangely unsettled, you're comforted knowing that there is a sturdy lock on your door. Leave. See a few small houses. What? You know what I didn't do? I didn't talk to the innkeeper. What do you want to do? Ask a question. I trust everything is alright with your room and has a nice view, I think, looking out over the village, but what did you want to ask about? Ask about the Bascom family. Well, our family's very busy. While I handle the management of the inn, my wife Henrietta keeps everything in top shape. My daughter Lillian heads the staff of barmaids, and my son Gerald Jr. runs the stables. I must say I'm very proud of my family. Never has the Full Moon Inn been so successful or looked so good. Ask about the Full Moon Inn. Built by Rupert Jeffries, one of the first settlers of Marie de Tarascon, and a good friend of our founder, Pierre Tarascon. The building was much smaller then, but it gradually grew, as did the village. My grandfather Harold purchased the establishment about 60 years ago, and since that day it has been managed by the Bascom family. Alright. For the business, you return to the tavern. We talked to you. What do you ask for? Information. Ugh, my god. He's just a mess. Be from the other gold box? Which one? Who? What about the blacksmith? You ask for information. Jordy keeps working in his forge, but doesn't seem to mind if you ask him a few questions. Finally! Ask about equipment. I learned how to smith from my father many years ago. Now I'm the chief blacksmith of Marai de Tarascon. Most of my time is spent making hardware, cookware, and lately quality logs. But I also know how to forge a blade. You ask for information. Ask him about quality logs. Nadine answers, sorry, we don't know anything about that. You know, a lot of strange things are going on in this village, and we have been so worried about what might have befallen our son, Colin. So, information. Ask about Colin. Nadine seems as though she is about to cry when you ask about Colin. Jordy comforts her for a moment and then answers, Colin worked at the Tarascon Manor House as a servant, but he never came home from work last week. I've made inquiries at the plantation, but have only met with indifference. I spoke with Constable Gremmin about this a few days ago, and he promised me he would check with Jean Tarascon as soon as possible, but I'm afraid the constable is occupied with other happenings for now. With all that is happening, we fear the worst. Some people are saying that the dead are walking the streets of Marai de Tarascon and killing people in the night. I just hope Colin is still alive. Information. Ask about Luke. Jordy goes quiet, but Nadine answers in his place. We knew Luke quite well. He and our son Colin were very good friends. But when Luke's brother Marcel died, he just became different. It was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and since that day Luke was only a shell of himself. He became what the Vistani call a lost one. Suddenly Jordy steps back again in fear as the voice of Luke is heard from outside chanting another one of his twisted verses. The overshining sky, of light the dead, shall to all turning fail and gutter red. You ask. Leave. Talk to the general store guy. What do you ask for? Information. I've heard that you've been trying to help the village the last couple of days. It's very kind of you. I'd be happy to answer a few questions. Ask about Deruno. Just like you, I'm not from around here. In fact, imagine that we both happened upon Marai de Tarascon in much the same way. But that was many years ago, and my family and I decided to stay and raise a family. Of course, the village was much more charming back then. In recent weeks, strange things have been happening, and I'm not sure I want to stay here. Many people are missing, and there is evil afoot. Ask about goods. Why don't you take a look around? If you're in need of traveling equipment, foodstuffs, household goods, or some fresh goat's milk, you'll find it all right here. I assure you that I sell everything at fair market value. Leave. Worth. You ask for information. Listen, I'm not here to answer your questions. I don't like strangers very much, especially when their arrival just happens to coincide with a string of murders. You just be careful around here. I'm watching you closely. Oh my god, I asked you, I told you I would help, and now you're like, bitch, 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 bitch. Alright. Let's encamp, save, B. Exit, area. What if we ask about Colin of the Wizard? Information other. Colin. Don't know about that, my friends. I'm going to do my best to find out who the mastermind of this evil plot could be, and as soon as I figure it out, I'll tell you. Information other. Tarascon. Huh. Leave. Get out of here. Going all the way to the plantation again. And the plantation is. You're at the entrance and it's expanded. It's just stand with the big fish around the grounds. See the stately white manor. Although the house is in excellent repair, the grounds themselves are a bit unkempt. Young Luke turns away and returns to the village, leaving you to explore the area alone. Yeah, we know. Camp save B. Excellent. I'm wondering if... There's a shed here. Oh, there's a lot more here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did not expect this. Probably what this looks like. Okay. Gate. Cute. Cute little garden area. It's adorable. 3. Tiny garden is filled with various fruits, including blackberries and strawberries. It's adorable. The door to the servants' quarters is tightly locked. What do you want to do? Pick it. Examine the lock more closely. It appears to be a masterful quality and therefore very difficult to pick. You should try. The aura. The aura successfully unlocks the door, allowing you to enter the servants' quarters. Okay. I mean, they're doors. They're not actually windows. Camp, save, B. I don't trust this. This room appears to be shared by the male servants of the plantation. There are 3 small beds, all of which are made perfectly. 2 little clumps of dirt lie near the middle of the room. Search. Fire burns here. Searching. Out of this window, you see a small what? Female servants of the plantation use this room. There are 2 little beds against the wall, and everything is very tidy and in its place. Quite a bit of dust layers the room, however. Outside this window, you see a little garden. Fire burns here. There's nothing interesting outside this window. It's really cute that we have as many descriptions as possible right now. I like it. Let's go down this way when more gardens. That's a whole bunch of farm plots, I think. I think it's a lot of farmland. I have a feeling this is like this. It's probably another garden. This fenced off area grows potatoes and yams. Rows upon rows of cabbages have been planted here. Beyond this field, you can see the tall corn stalks stretching far to the east. Dear Lord. There's nothing beyond this area but acres upon acres of plantation fields. You want to leave the estate now. So the estate itself is really fucking huge. And I believe its endpoint is around here. Area. North. This looks like where it goes. Oops. These are all the fields. Area west. So what is this? Small garden has been sown with carrots. So this the entire house potato. Yeah, but the entire house has like been basically the whole family or whatever. Everyone that resides here is just a bunch of ghouls at this point. Right. Just burn the whole house down easy. I mean, if I was in this as a campaign, I probably would have voted to do that. I'd probably be all like, can we just burn the house? Why are we keeping this going? This vineyard stretches far to the east. The thick purple grapes which these vines hold have been picked at by the crows. Vineyard. Vineyard! I'm not going to bother to like put in all the rows of crops and everything. Exit and camp save. B. What if I did leave? Yes, I want to leave. Luke rejoins the party as you leave the plantation. Pass through a dark forest. Party comes upon a faint path that leads into the black, misty forest. You follow it into the trees, yes. You enter the shaded wood. This one game is a lot bigger than I thought it was gonna be. Area. Holy crap! Forest is thick and dark, so dark that it's difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. Above you, the twisting tree branches have formed such a tight web of leaves that only the strongest light from above is able to occasionally filter through the dense canopy. The moist forest floor covered with rotting leaves is ideal for fostering life. Strange insects crawl about your feet, and large mosquitoes feast upon your exposed flesh. I don't like this place, Leora mutters. It's because she only have 2 hit points and can't survive it. God. One, 2, 3. Trying to like two. Over. Yeah. I'm trying to see where the ending is. Do you want to leave the dark forest? Okay, so it's right there. Oh, exit. Although I kind of want to move this whole thing like that. Although that doesn't really make a lot of sense. No. Area. It's a lot easier for mapping. You're startled as some unseen animal scurries away, retreating into the darkness of the forest. I don't even know if we should be here. But I saw a forest on the map and I was like, fuck it, let's try it. Startled as some unseen animal scurries away. Treetops above the party suddenly shake violently. Forest grows even thicker. Tree branches reach out at the party like claws, scratching and tearing at your skin and clothing. It's deathly quiet. Oh my god. So this is like this. Up and goes over by 2. This is over by 2. I guess the way the forest is set up, it makes it easier to map it because I can see the actual grid numbers. 2. 2. So let's go north. So this is what going outside is like. Yeah, it's dangerous. Don't go outside. Stay inside. Three, 2, down, 2, down, 3, over, 2 down, 1 over, don't touch any of that, 3 down, technically it should be this. The treetops above the party suddenly shake violently. I'm kind of hoping low-key that we're gonna find some stuff like treasure, monsters to kill. The ever-thickening forest seems to close in around you. Suddenly a malevolent face appears upon the trunk of the tree before you. All around you, other sinister faces are revealed one by one. Retreat. You quickly run past the menacing trees and escape into the forest. That would not have been good. One, two, three. And it would have been this. I don't think we would have been able to have won against them, but I can try and do that again just to see if it's possible. Camp, save, C. Nope. Exit. Area. Treetops above the party suddenly shake violently. Startled as some unseen animal scurries away. Let's try it. See what happens. Fight. Engage the frightening treants in battle. They're treants. They're fucking treants and we're level 1. Hold on. What is a treant according to the manual? like what level are they? What? It takes a long time to level up in this. Treants aren't in the manual. But I'm pretty sure this is not gonna go well. Cast, sleep, go. Can we put trees to sleep? Are they weak to fire? Maybe, but we don't have any. Can't put them to sleep. That's... oh. You're a treant. Have to look for the angry eyes on the trees. Missed. I mean, it's a giant tree. How are we missing? Undead treant begins casting a spell. They're undead? They've got 43 hit points and they just one-shot my cleric. Oh, they one-shot both clerics. Are they weak to pain? I think they're weak to stronger characters. Dan's like just sitting here going, oh shit, motherfucker! I'm out! Oh my god. What is it casting? Oh, there it goes. Sticks to snakes. Leora is fighting with snakes. Leora is fighting with the snakes. Dan's running. Dan got away. Gim's down. It's going well, I can tell. We haven't even hit them once. They have 43 hit points. There is no surviving this. Woo, sticks to snakes. You're so happy that it was cast, even if it wasn't us that did it. A comrade is dying, we know. Leora is still fighting with her snakes. Fails on the ground. Leora is like too busy with her snakes. You know what I'm noticing? Aside from the fact that like them casting, they can't move. They're just guarding. Alright. We're gonna have to reset. Unlimited adventures. Okay, successfully loaded. Run it. Okay. Play game. Load save game. C. We just need to run from them. Begin playing. Because we can't deal with them. Like, they're way too strong. Startle some unseen animal scurries. Alright, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes bup, bup. And then this just goes bup, bup. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 goes up. We can't tell. And then this goes. Goes up twice. And then just so we know what we're dealing with, put darkness. Because this map is really hard to see. This is the kind of map that upsets Amaya. Because she's all like, I can't tell where barriers are unless you put them in. Honestly, I can't tell where they are, and it's starting to hurt my eyes to look at the damn thing. So that's why we do this. It's a lot easier to follow along with what's going on with this student. There we go. Did that. Okay. Save it. Gonna go to bed. Have a good one. Bye, Palm. Oh my god. I'll probably play this for another half hour, and then after that, I'm probably gonna switch to something else if I continue. I'm liking this. I'm really liking this adventure, but I need a break. So this goes like this, this, and then goes down twice. Over twice. Went down twice. Goes down this, this, this. back and goes there. It's not a horrible... Tree tops above the party suddenly shake violently. I think the treants are right around here. I don't think they... I think they're pretty stationary. I mean, they're frickin' trees. I don't think they're going anywhere. Just saying. This. I want to go down. Startle with some unseen animal skirts. You have an eerie feeling that someone or something is watching you from the shadows. Oh, this is interesting. Camp, save. See. Started with some unseen animal. Trying to just search. Okay. Let's get out of here. The ever-thickening seems to close around you. Oh my god. So apparently they do randomly happen. Retreat. Quickly run past the menacing trees and escape into the forest. Just run from them. Okay. Oh my god. Retreat. Area. Treetops above the party suddenly shake violently. You leave the dark forest. No. So this is a point where you can leave. That I was not expecting. So this is just an exit. Can't even see it, it's too small. There. They're very rooted in their ways. They are. Let's leave it. Pass through dark forest. Climb up Cemetery Hill. No. Enter Marie de Tarascon, yes. Enter for the southern edge of the village. Huh. There's the entire town. I don't know. I think we have to wait for things to happen. I mean, the fact that I'm searching while I'm moving means it's kind of forcing things to happen. What do you ask for? Information. If you want to buy something, I really can't help you right now. I gotta keep baking. Please come back some other time. I don't trust her. A scream shatters through the quiet evening, echoing through the village streets. Do you investigate? Yes. You rush forward to one of the main streets. Now which way, Fail says, unsure from which direction the scream came. The scream came from the south, one party member states. Another quickly says no, clearly it came from the north. The members of the party differ in their opinions, but time is of the essence. Who decides which way the party heads? Oh god, who would be the best one? I don't think perception was really a skill or something at the time. And none of our characters really have skills, so it's probably based on a stat, if anything. Give it to Fail. Well, she's the frickin' paladin. If we fail, it's her own god's fault. You follow Fail's advice and head to the south. Second scream, which is abruptly cut short, alerts you to your mistake. You turn and hurry to the north and arrive too late. God damn it, Fail. Here in this darkened corner of the village, a young woman lies dead in a pool of her own blood. If you're wondering where that artwork came from, she's being held by Strahd in one of the images, I believe. She bears a deep stab wound in her side, and there's a huge gash across her neck where warm blood bubbles out and onto the grass before you. Then you notice something. 6 red licorice pieces lie scattered at your feet. It looks like someone is trying to send us a message, Fail says. Constable Gremmin rushes to your side, stares at the body in horror, and exclaims, "Curses, I'm too late." It appears the madman has struck again, and this time he has killed poor Lilin, the innkeeper's daughter. He gathers up her body in his arms and says, "I'll carry her to the church to see if there's anything that Shaman Brucian can do for her. Meanwhile, you go look for the killer. This must end." You're left alone staring at the scene of yet another grisly murder. It's right next to the bakery! Camp, save, B, exit. Look. Bakery is closed for the night. I wonder if the murderer has anything to do with the ghouls. Because the ghouls wouldn't be slitting throats. They'd be eating them, if anything. And ghouls, like, yeah, there's a few different things going on here. Area. Stables are closed. What do you want to do? Ask a question. Lilin. I don't remember her name. He loses track of things, including the fact that his daughter is dead. Should probably leave. Oh my god, leave. He said to find the murderer. And, like, are we supposed to literally be looking for someone in the middle of the night? What if it's someone that's leaving the town after committing murders? The ever-present storm clouds thicken overhead and the ground rumbles with a rolling thunder. Perhaps we should head back to the village. There's no telling when that storm is going to hit. I certainly don't want to be stranded out here when it does, another party member responds. Enter Marie de Trascon, yes. Enter the southern edge of the village. Wouldn't it be... Okay, so if it's not the baker, it's gotta be the wizard. This cottage is tightly locked at this hour. Though I don't necessarily think the wizard makes sense for him killing things. Sign upon the door reads, "Gone to the church." Climb the hill to the church and the cemetery, yes. Church has been locked up tightly for the night. Then where the fuck are you? Want to return to the village? Yes. Like, am I actually supposed to be doing something, or am I just waiting for things to happen? That's what I don't know. I mean, honestly, if I just keep searching while I'm moving around. daylight comes very quickly because every movement is 10 minutes. There it is! Just stop searching. What do you ask for? What else do you ask about? Ghouls. I don't know about that, my friends. I'm going to do my best to find out the mastermind of the evil plot could be. What do you ask about? Information. Treant. Oh my god. We're not really part of this town. Do we care if everyone dies? Not really. What do you ask for? Information. Oh my god. So, like, I don't talk to you. Leave. I'm in the hill to the church cemetery, yes. Here, talk to him about her. You ask for information. Recent deaths. The priest seems deeply troubled and is reluctant to discuss the subject, but Kim is able to persuade him to talk further. We already know this. Water time? I didn't see the water time. Water. I've been drinking coffee. Lilin. I don't remember if that was her name. I don't know any more about that than you do. There is something I didn't tell you about Luke. You see, he has a family, and he is not the only member of that family that has been troubled lately. Wait, who else is troubled? You know who we could try and talk to? The stable boy. His sister's dead. He hasn't really talked to us. Okay. Stable boy. He asked for information. I'll tell you everything I know as long as you get the one who attacked my sister, the boy says sternly. Ask about Lilin. The evening when she was attacked, I was working down here and heard the scream. I knew it was her, and I ran as fast as I could to get to her. It wasn't far, and when I rounded the corner, I saw her. She was gasping for air as her blood poured out from her neck and chest and pooled all around her. And there was a man standing over her with a knife, stained crimson by my sister's blood. He was wearing a black cloak with a hood that concealed his face, and he was dropping little pieces of red licorice on the ground. I screamed and ran towards my sister, but it was too late for her, and the killer fled. I wonder if we get the bakery lady to tell us who's been buying the licorice. You ask for information about the stables. My family runs the inn, and my job is to tend these stables, and there aren't many horses in Marai de Tarascon. So my work is pretty easy, but I enjoy taking care of a few seeds that do come here. Information, other. Bakery. Don't really know much about that. Guess I should get back to work now because I want to be safely inside before nightfall. After what happened to Lilin, I'm pretty scared about being on the streets. Information. Licorice. Tasty blood. Just dip your red licorice in some blood. It's like a very obvious candy. What do you ask for? Candy. Small bag of red licorice will only cost you one gold piece. Who has the money? Marking is indeed very tasty. Okay. Do you ask for information? Well, I suppose I could answer a few questions for such generous customers as yourselves. What do you want to know about? I think we have to actually buy stuff from him. Which means I need to go to the tailor and buy stuff from him. Ask about the candy. Well, you've got a sweet tooth, do you? Well, you're in luck because Louise Decan knows how to make candy. Red licorice is my specialty. In fact, hold on. Baker Louise Decan. In fact, I have a few customers who come by quite often just to buy the licorice. Perhaps you would like some. I'll give you a small bag for just 1 gold piece. Some people say that there's nothing so good in all of Marita Tarascon. Information. Ask about the bread. I bake several loaves of fresh bread every morning. You know, not everyone has someone at home to make bread, rolls, muffins, or pastries, but I'm certainly happy to do it for them and to have their business. I've just prepared a few things. Why don't you try some? Look around for a bit, and I can pick out 6 items for just 1 gold piece. I'm sure you'll enjoy whatever you choose. What do we ask for? Information. Other customers? My customers? Well, lots of people come by for bread, and my favorite patrons are those who crave my red licorice and stop by often for a bag or two. Mordew comes every few days. Okay. Red licorice customers. I'm making notes. Mordew, wizard. He comes by every few days. When he finishes reading through another one of his silly books in Jean Tarascon, Jean Tarascon. Visits about once a week, usually on a Wednesday. Oh, and those bordel children almost every day. That's the carpenter. What do you ask for? Oh no! Oh, okay. Freaking hell. Information, other... Jean. Sorry, but I don't know too much about that. I really wish I could help you. Information, other... Jean Tarasco. Isn't the carpenter making a whole bunch of new furniture? Alright. I don't understand. I just had a thing that popped up on her thing saying, you scored a drop. I'm like, for what? Anyways.
No, I haven't.
You ask for information. Other. Bordel. Sorry, but I don't know too much about that. Okay. What do you ask for? Leave. Let's go and talk to the Bordel children. They are north. They are the second house right here. You ask for information. My little ones tell me you've been trying to help Constable Gremlin solve these grisly murders and mysterious deaths. I'd be glad to answer a few questions. Ask about the children. Ah, yes, those little rascals are my children. They get their noses to all sorts of things around here, and they're always causing trouble. But I can't blame them. Things have been hard since Henrietta died. I just worry about their safety, what with everything that has been going on in the village lately. As soon as the evening begins to settle, I make sure my little ones are safely inside. The constable should have done the same. You ask for information. Other. Henrietta? All I can say, you should be careful around here. Strange things have been happening lately to people who least expect it. What do we ask for? Information. Ask about the carpentry. I design furniture and cabinets for the village, and I do the best with what I have to work with. There's very little suitable material here in the swamp, but I can sometimes have a shipment of oak or cherry sent here. Feel free to take a look at some of my work, but if you'll excuse me, I'm very busy on this chest of drawers. Information. Ask about Jean Tarascon. There's not much else I can tell you. What about Mordew? Not much else I can tell you. I think it's Jean Tarascon. What do you ask for? Carpentry. I'd be happy to build a cabinet or something for you, but you'll have to be patient. I'm in the middle of a big project right now. It seems that John Tarascon wants a new set of furniture for his parlor. Or at least I can get to your project would be about 3 weeks. You asked for leave. Information. He's not going to talk to me. Ask for information. Other. What do you ask about? Jean Tarasco. I don't know about that, my friends. I'm going to do my best to find out the mastermind of this evil plot. What about Louise DeCan? Information. Other. Let's ask just Louise. Nothing. Information. Other customers? Nope. I think we need to go and talk to the tailor. Leave. Remember, the party is attacked from behind. Dan is hit for 2 points of damage. You whirl around to catch the hidden assailant and find yourself standing face to face with a masked attacker. The madman stands before you, fully enshrouded by a black hooded cloak. That doesn't look like a black cloak. That picture's horrible. Only the curved dagger in his pale hand is visible. Wait, is it Luke? Then he tosses back the hook to reveal a face twisted by madness and eyes lit by the fire of insanity. Didn't the gypsy say, beware the madman? And I forget what the hell she said about him. The fire is clearly consuming him, burning away what little is left of his mind and humanity. You should not have come to Marie de Tarascon, the madman hissed, and you should not have brought that whelp of a brother with you, he shouts, waving his dagger at Luke. You have forced this confrontation. Let the blood be on your hands as you taste the blade of Jean Tarascon. With that, the madman attacks. The battle begins. Excuse you? Cast. Wait. Go, Liara. Done. Cast. Sleep. I'm all about casting sleep on someone. Manual. Target. He's asleep. Says Galen. Why is sleep hitting my own party members? He's down. City battle? No. No, in second edition it was never friendly fire. Oh wait, maybe it was. Party has won. Each character receives 235 experience points and they have found treasure. You. Wait. Take. Ooh! Ooh! Detect. Take. Yes! Take that. Take. Take that. Take. Take that. Take that. Then... I guess you can just carry these. Exit. After the battle, you examine the body of Jean Tarascon and discover that his pockets are filled with bright red licorice. So the murderer is dead, a party member says in relief. Gain experience for uncovering the identity of the murderer and defeating him in combat. Ooh, I think we have enough for some levels. That's why they're pink. It's telling us they can level. View. Lay on hands. On Dea. He needs the 2 hit points. Exit. Okay, in camp, save. B, I'm excited that we actually can level some people. Wizard training. Training. Studied a great deal of wizardry in my time, but adventuring was never my calling. It seems certainly I would be happy to pass along my knowledge to your magic users, and I'll even do it. I'll even train you for free. Second thought, I suppose I really need money for food. Oh, that's right. Party want to train? Yes. Okay, so we're doing save current game. B, because remember what we do? We save scum. So 5, which means he can get up to 10 hit points. Train. Wish to train, yes. Congratulations. And we can give him a spell And we are definitely giving him magic missile. He got 10 hit points. I am totally fine with that. Save. B. Okay. So Galen and Helene can do it. They can train. Do we? Okay. So we're gonna go area. Climb the hill of the church and the cemetery. Absolutely. We asked for training. We asked for 10 gold pieces. That's fine. Yes. So we do save. B. Okay, so Galen can get up to 12 hit points. Helene can get up to 16. So, train. Yes. Wait, what? Is 16. I'll take it. Whatever. Train. She's got 3 hit points. Load. Is Galen hurt? How did he end up going up to 16 hit points? How did he get 10? Oh, I think he didn't start with his maximum hit points. Save. D. So we're gonna, he needs to be 16 or higher for us to be happy with this. Got 11. Load. B. For fuck's sakes, just train him. Who friendship is magic? We are not getting the friendship stuff. Got 13. Am I fine with 13? I want to see if I can go higher. Anything above 13. I think we got lucky on 16. Yeah, no, we're not taking it. Train. $14, I'll take it. Save. B. Helene. Hold on. What hit points does a cleric get? Let me check. 1d8. So she can get Constitution 13. I don't think she gets a bonus. I think she can go up to 16 as her highest. So save B. Train. Yes. $14. I'll take it. Alright. No. Play. Load. E. Begin. Ask for 10 gold pieces. No! Go away! Want to return to the village, yes. We might be better off in being able to actually do stuff for people. 7:40 p.m. We gotta talk to the constable. You asked for information. Well, you have proven your intentions by assisting me in ridding this town of evil. I certainly could answer a few questions. Ask about Jean Tarascon. Jean was about the last person I would have thought capable of these murders, but perhaps I should have seen it sooner. About a month ago when his brother Marcel died, Jean and his brother Luc were torn apart. Luc immediately went into some sort of trance, while Jean, as we now know, became a killer bordering insanity. But I'm still not sure how Jean could be responsible for the strange ailment that makes the dead rise again. I don't think he is. Marcel was Jean's twin brother, and he shared the responsibilities of running the family business. However, not long before his death, he became obsessed with the history of the village, often asking me questions about the past. I believe he was mostly interested in a visitor who once came to Marie de Tarascon, some kind of prophet or seer, if I remember correctly. Whether or not Marcel found what he wanted, I do not know. Seer? Afraid I can't tell you anything about that. I was able to deduce a few things from my investigations of murders, though. Lately, that is all I've been thinking about. Leave. As night falls over Marie de Tarascon, the sky is again blackened by storm clouds, although now they are more menacing than before. Perhaps we should seek some shelter, a member of the party says. Tonight may be the night that the storm finally breaks. The party makes their way to the shelter of the Full Moon Inn. A blinding flash of lightning coupled with a deafening roar of thunder draw your attention to the brewing storm outside. You head over to the window to take a look. I would really like it if I could actually see it instead of seeing the stupid map because I had to pull that up. With the coming of the night, thunder shakes the village. It starts as a low rumble in the distance and builds to a terrible, long-lasting explosion that rocks cottages and knocks items from shelves. Lightning dances wildly across the skies, casting stark shadows in its skittering flash. Then the rain begins, falling in large foul drops that soon become a deluge. The streets quickly turn to mud. Small streams form within the cracks and depressions. Vision is obscured by the unending sheets of dark water, and the rain falls with such force that it hurts those who venture into its fury. Through it all, the thunder continues to roll above the village, and the lightning intensifies. The storm has arrived. Drenched by the falling rain, several villagers make their way to the inn, seeking the warmth and safety which it provides. Well, I suppose we can't leave Marie de Tarascon in such weather. At least the sky should be clear tomorrow, Fail says. The party takes a seat at a nearby table to wait out the storm. There they sip warm drinks and share tales of adventures past and imagine those of which are to come. Shaman Brucian stumbles into the room, soaked to the bone. He seems to be a bit troubled, but takes a seat with the party and proceeds to dry off. This is some storm, isn't it? I don't think Marie de Tarascon has ever seen anything quite like this, he says. As the storm batters the village and you listen to the thunder and torrents outside, Luke begins to recite his verses once again, only this time they are ordered differently. The night of evil shall descend on the land when this hex out of signs is near at hand. In the house of Dagon, the sorcerer born through life, unliving shall scorn. The lifeless child of stern mother found heralds a time, a night of evil unbound. Seventh time the son of sons doth rise to send the knave an eternity of cries. In Ajira shall will his fortunes reverse, and all shall live with dreaded curse. Should I be writing down the name in Ajira? After a moment, Shaman Brucian speaks up as the priest begins to talk. Luke lowers his voice, but does not stop reciting. I have a story to tell you, the shaman begins. I do not think the worst is over in Marie de Tarascon. Dagon? Yeah, they did mention Dagon. It was a hot and muggy night about a month ago when this all started. Jean Tarascon came to my cottage, obviously very distraught about something. All I managed to understand was that his brother Marcel was hurt. We hurried to the edge of the swamp where Luke stood motionless, staring at a body which lay still on the ground. It was Marcel who had been torn apart by powerful hands. Jean explained that he had heard a scream and arrived in time to witness 3 undead creatures murder his brother. Luke went into a state of shock while Jean fought off the zombies and then went for help. There was nothing that I could do for Marcel, but I suggested that we carry the body to the Voodoo we call Chicken Bone. But it was our only hope. We boarded a small raft and headed out into the Lake Noir to find Chicken Bone, navigating by the light of the full moon. Once we reached his cabin, Chicken Bone told us he would do what he could for Marcel. Chicken Bone? Chicken Bone. And he attempted to raise him from the dead, but something went wrong. Marcel remained dead, and Jean cried out in anguish. He spirited away the corpse of his brother into the moonlit night. That was the last I saw of Marcel and the last time I saw Jean alive. You know, with all of the strange deaths and undeaths lately, I've been suspicious that some kind of undead agency has been operating in the village. Oh shit! Until now, I thought that Marcel fell victim to the same fate as the others, but the trouble began after Marcel died and not a moment before. Suddenly, a woman who had been sitting at a table to your right collapses, instantly falling dead to the floor. The light of the sky shining over the dead shall gutter and fail, turning all to red. The woman who collapsed only moments earlier now rises as a zombie and moves to attack the party. Her Her face looks like she needs some serious skin peeling treatments. People are just dying and becoming zombies. It's really freaking weird. Leora is unaffected. Leora is the only one not terrified with her 2 hit points. Holy shit, it's right behind her! Move. Yeah. Come on, Gim. I'm trying to move this stupid mouse. Hit the zombie for 5. Go! Fail! God damn it. Leora's down! Oh, fucking hell. Bandage. I mean, are we surprised that Leora's down? Honestly. Stop it. It's just constant whiffing. Why is there so many hit points? Oh, it has 1 hit point left. Guys. There we go. Continue battle? No. Leora is just on the ground going, The zombie didn't even hit her. It barely touched her, and she just went, oh god! And just fell over. Party found no treasure, but Gim's ready to level. Probably his rogue half. Just as you deliver the final blow to the undead woman, the door to the inn bursts open. A villager soaked to the bone despite the cloak he wears rushes into the common room, looking exactly like he did when he was in Strahd's possession. He's out of breath and obviously very frightened. The dead are approaching Marai de Tarasca, and he manages to say between shivers and coughs, "An army of the walking dead!" The villager succumbs to a racking fit of coughs, and all he can manage in response to questions is point towards the eastern fields. The door again bursts open, but this time it is Constable Gremlin, soaked by the pouring rain. His eyes dart around the room, and once he finds you, he stares with great intensity. "Please come with me, I need your assistance," he shouts over a tremendous clap of thunder. "You and Brucian oblige, following the constable into the monstrous storm." Glad we can watch the arrow move. You manage your way through the pounding slimy rain like blind men. I'm not even ready for this. Oh my god. You can barely see a foot in front of you unless lightning flashes, briefly illuminating the area. Even then, the houses and trees are nothing more than vague shapes which are obscured by a shimmering curtain of rain. The constable checks to see that you are still following him and shouts out, "It's not much farther, stay close to me." Really want to identify some stuff. I'm pretty sure those are potions. Can someone pick Leora up? Are we just dragging her unconscious body behind us? Walking proves difficult for the dirt path. The dirt paths have become muddy and slick, and you're also dragging your unconscious friend. But finally you reach the eastern fields. There the constable stops, directing your attention towards something in the distance. The fields beyond remain hidden by darkness and the storm. Peals of thunder and the driving rain muffle nearly every sound. Then, with a spectacular crack of lightning, the figures come into view. Dark forms moving slowly toward the village. They look like misshapen humans, but it's hard to tell. A flash of lightning illuminates the entire field. The dark shapes are everywhere, and the closest are but 50 feet away, shambling forward. The darkness returns. It seems as if an eternity passes, or maybe just a heartbeat, and then a brilliant flash lights the sky. Now you can see the figures clearly. If only for a second, it is a literal army of zombies, and they are marching on Marai de Tarasca. Battle begins while Leora is on the floor. Can someone pick her up? My god, it doesn't, she honestly, she wouldn't offer anything. She doesn't have any long range attacks. We don't have a sling. She can't do anything. And her only spell is sleep. Slimy Rain? Yeah, Slimy Rain. Don't ask me why it's slimy. I would never describe Rain as slimy. It's very weird. The party is 1. Each character receives 0 experience points. What? Covering for the frightening sight, Constable Grumman regains his composure and orders. You must help me prepare a defense. Those things will destroy the village unless we set up a barricade. What happened? Luke, who fell silent at the sight of the zombies, now recites a new verse which you have never heard before. Look for the scroll where the old rest find. Look for the scroll where the old rest find. Behind the stone where 6 stars shine. The finding, however, will cause much pain. Beware the time of the falling rain. He's talking about there's a scroll in the graveyard. Probably where the richest are. So probably that one gated area. I'm gonna take a picture of that. Stop it. He repeats this verse over and over, growing more and more agitated. Luke then begins to slowly walk to the north into the fields and towards the army of the undead. Though the constable pressures you to help him prepare for the inevitable onslaught, Shaman Brucian urges you toward a different course. Find Marcel's body, he pleads, adding his voice to Luke's. I am certain that it holds the key to the terrors which have befallen us. The constable waits for you to make a decision. What do you do? Follow Luke. Fine, do what you will. I'll hold them off and try to stop them from destroying the village. Grumman shouts as he races back for help. I will stay and help the constable. May your God be with you, brave ones, Brucian adds. You follow Luke into the fields. The rain and the darkness conceals the party, but it also hides the zombies. You wander forward, groping blindly in the darkness. Leora's on the floor. No one's bothering to pick her up. With another flash of lightning, you see a group of zombies nearby moving slowly towards the village. It is possible that they did not notice you. What do you want to do? Do we fight them? Do we retreat? Fight them. You attack the undead creatures. I mean, what else are we going to do? Should we just, cast Cure on... I haven't even had a chance to have Dayan get any rest. Delay. Turn. Nothing happens. Great. Four damage. They have 14 life each. Ugh. Turn. Nothing. Guard. Do healing spells damage zombies in this? I don't actually remember if in 2nd edition they do. They did in 3rd edition because healing was a matter of channeling positive energy, and zombies and undead were animated through negative energy. So I know in 3rd edition you could channel positive energy to actually damage them. End. Oh shit. You're gonna have to cast that. We need to put it on Leora. It's the only way we're gonna get her up. Leora's fully healed while unconscious. 6 damage, hey. Damn it. Come on, guys. Cast. Bless. Oh, wait, no. No, this is worthless. I forgot. If you're engaged in combat, the gods don't care. You're a target. Dan's the only one that's gonna get it. That's fine. View. What does he have for dexterity? 17. So view item. Put off that. Here. His armor class is 6. I'm assuming this is a Ring of Protection. Yep, it's a Ring of Protection +1. Aim, manual. There, target. Here, you hit what for 1. You hit it twice. You hit it for 2. I'm proud of you. So that one's dead, at least. God damn it, Gim. They're missing at least. Okay, that one's down. View item. Put that dart away. Here. Oh, that counted as behind. So if Gim attacks next, hopefully... oh, ooh. I think Gim gets a backstep. It didn't work. I don't know how the attacking from behind works so much in this one. Like, it should be the same as it always has. Dan got hit. I don't know why I have him there. Gim got hit just a little. That doesn't count. There. Okay, that one's done. Guard. Just guard. Don't do anything. Bless thoughts and prayers. God fucking damn it. That zombie got hit from behind. Continue battle now. At least Leora's up. 52 experience points. You follow Luke further into the storm, arriving near Cemetery Hill. Like, I'm okay with this particular module, like, guiding me, but this part sucks because I just got the ability to level up, and I can't get them to rest to get any of their stuff. With a crack, lightning flashes nearby, and the party startling not only you, but also a group of zombies. What do? Retreat. Under the cloak of darkness, you're able to make your way safely to the edge of the trees, standing at the northeast corner of Cemetery Hill. For a moment, it seems that Luke has disappeared amidst the falling rain, but with another flash of lightning, Fail is able to find him heading to the west. Here at the rear of the old cemetery, all is quiet. Many tracks have been made upon this faint, muddy path leading to the rear of the cemetery hill into Morai de Tarascon. Luke stands before you, staring at the cemetery wall. He chants his new verse again, slowly raising his pale hand to point at something upon the stone. Look for the scroll where the old rest find, behind the stone where 6 stars shine. The finding, however, will cause much pain. Beware the time of the falling rain. You step forward to take a closer look at the wall. Look at that, Fail says. 6 stars have been carved into the stone here. You lean on the wall to examine the carving more closely, and a secret passage opens up, leading through the wall and into the old cemetery. You step through the tunnel and enter the ancient graveyard. I gotta change my map over. It's probably this part up here. Guaranteed. I have a feeling that this entire thing is just one large block here. Like this. And this is covering all of that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Within these crumbling walls, the old cemetery is an overgrown fortress of vines and trees. Crypts stand amongst the wild growths, though the paths which once directed visitors have now grown faint. The smell of old death hangs in the air. Camp, save. C, exit play, no. So we're gonna do camp. Can we rest? It doesn't let me rest. Are you fucking kidding me? Memorize. Magic missile. Cannot memorize any more spells. Keep. Exit. Area. Hey, look at the rain! would have been nice if we could have seen this before. Now, the shitty thing is, we're all damaged. There's not a whole lot we can do about that. Potion. Trade. I'm betting anything in this potion is a healing potion. So we're going to use that. Must be ready. Fine. Use. Helene is healed. For quite a bit, actually. So that's pretty good. How many hit points has Gim lost? 2. Dan has lost 3. Fail can not use lay on hands. So in camp, save C. No. Exit. Area. So if I wanted to map this out, fucking hell. I have a feeling I'm close to the end of this one. But dear Lord, this entire ending is so... I don't know. It's just, it's trying to do a lot at once. This is supposed to be... I don't have this right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Space. Somehow the... What? What did he say? Behind the... So it's somewhere in here. I actually feel like I don't necessarily need to map this out. The roof of this mausoleum is cracked, allowing rainwater to form a pool a couple of feet deep upon the fractured stone floor. The pool ripples as drop after drop falls from above, echoing throughout the chamber. This mausoleum is warm and dry inside, but the stones which once sealed these vaults have crumbled away with time. You hear a quiet, chittering sound. Giant rats scurry from the open vaults and attack. Why? Oh my god! I guess we're gonna have a reason to cast sleep now. Cast. Sleep. Manual. Target. The rat falls asleep. I have no idea how big of an area sleep hits. Apparently not that big. Stop it. Gim just took 3 damage from a giant rat. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is what Leora's doing with her life. She's gonna just get killed. Gim has 3 life left. I just saw that. Galen casts the spell. Woo, rats. No, stop it. Gim is partially healed. I swear to God, if he got 2 hit points. He's got a dagger on still. Yeah. 1 point of damage. Stop it. Oh my god, stop. Stop. The fucking rats everywhere. Can we just... Okay, Leora's down. A rat just nibbled on her toes. Like, god damn it, Leora. These things do not have a whole lot of life. These are asleep, so. I mean, I could have put the whole group to sleep, but, you know. Continue battle? No. Can't. Can't. Should we just bring Leora around? Just drag her body with us? She already used her one and only spell, didn't she? So she's kind of pointless now. Fuck. Gim is fully healed. Galen has no spells memorized. We know. We're aware. Thanks. So you could, the easiest way to do this would be like use the gold box companion, force it to like redo all the spells, so at least you come. So if we get like really screwed, I could redo this end part just by putting the gold box companion in, because you can force the camping option. Exit play no. Exit. I also feel like I could stop trying to, you know. There's chill in the air. You can barely see into the recesses of this crypt, but it appears that the vaults are open. Suddenly, zombies shamble out of the open tombs and attack. Thanks! Oh my god, a zombie just hit for 5 damage. Okay, Gim just took 5 more damage from the zombie. Great. Leora's on the floor taking a nap. Turn. Nothing. We really suck at turning undead. I don't remember how the turning works, but apparently level 1 and level 2 don't even bother unless it's a skeleton, I guess. Stop it. Here goes one down. Oh, I don't think... No, he has a short sword. He should be able to backstab with that. Continue battle? No. 26 experience points. Okay, in camp, save. C. No. I just want to see... I just want the scroll. Come on. Just give me the scroll. Stop going into random places. Let's find the scroll. I bet it's around here. Stained glass windows are located high up on the walls at the front of this tomb, spilling a yellow, sickly light into the cracked stone steps before you. The steps lead up to a pair of stone doors which are engraved with the name Tarascon. Well, that seems pretty... That's where he's gonna be. I mean, we're trying to find his body. As the doors creak open, the yellow light from within bathes you in its pale glow. A vile, fetid air flows out the doorway in a gust. The huge chamber before the party is littered with a carpet of bones, half-eaten carrion. The ceiling is a glass dome through which you can see that the rain has now stopped while the storm clouds part to unleash a steady stream of moonlight. Just forcefully walk forward. A platform of bones lies in the middle of the chamber, flanked by 2 flaming braziers that are fashioned of stacked skulls. Atop the platform is a finely crafted throne. Seated there is a hideous creature who resembles Jean Tarascon, but with rotting pale gray skin. I've seen that one. Isn't that a magic card too? Welcome to my domain, intones the figure with a cold, raspy voice. I am Marcel Tarascon, Lord of the Undead. Give me what I seek. Give me the scroll of the 6 signs, or join the rest of Marida Tarascon in living death. I feel like the Ravenloft campaigns always make turning extra tough, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. With that, large shapes shamble out of the dark recesses that line the walls of the chamber. As they step into the light cast by the foul braziers, you see that they are zombies, and they are moving towards you. The largest zombie joins Marcel in his platform of bones, while 3 others move forward and attack. Well then. Where's Marcel? Is he up? we have to deal with them one at a time. I particularly love the fact that the game was all like, you're gonna have some really hard fights. I really hope you can get through all these fights all in at once. 12, 14. When is 15? Here, delay your turn. Zombies are guarding. I think it's better if we... Done. Guard. Move. Done. Guard. Guard. Oh my god, Gim has 3 hit points. Okay. Turn. Nothing. Lean. Fucking hell. Delay. Okay, end. Guard. Gim with his 3 hit points. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, Cast. Cast. Are you fucking kidding me? Elaine can cast Bless, and it's gonna be like hitting Gim and Daniel. The freaking zombies all came up too quick. Dan has more hit points than whatever. Aim, manual. Here. 1 damage. Trying to focus them down. There we go. 1's down. The easiest one is down, technically. Ooh, 9. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Not bad. Not bad. You have 1 dart. You can leave your dart. Don't use it yet. Backstab. Sweet. Continue battle? No. Leora's on the floor back there. In the midst of the battle, a great thunder shakes the chamber. Then lightning strikes the dome over your heads and the glass explodes, showering the chamber with glittering shards. The full moon above fills the room with a pale red light. Immediately, Luke begins to drone repeatedly. The light of the sky shining over the dead shall gutter and fail, turning all to red. The zombie lord shrieks and looks into the sky. The moon is indeed red, and it is slowly disappearing, shrinking as though some unseen monster were swallowing it bite by bite. Luke continues to recite the verse over and over, while Marcel and the large zombie stand frozen for a moment, transfixed by the eerie eclipse. And at that moment, you seize the opportunity and attack. Why? Where are they? Juju Zombie has 22 hit points and Marcel has 39. Are you kidding me? There's gonna be no turning them. There's no way in hell I'll be able to turn either one of those. Ready it. Use it. Turn. Whatever. We don't have anything else to do. Nothing happens. Turn. I mean, it's a Juju zombie. The chances of being able to turn that thing. Why would you throw a Juju zombie in this thing and in this order like this? Like, what the hell? Guard. Wait, no, I think I had one surprise round. Oops. Yeah. Marcel Tarascon emits an evil stench. What does that do? He emits an evil stench. Did he just fart? Oh no. Gim's down! Stinky fart. The Juju zombie just did 11 damage in one hit. Marcel has 2 attacks. We know a comrade is dying. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Here, bandage. Gim is bandaged. I'm glad. Marcel emits an evil stench again. Thale got affected. Probably drops the hit points. Dan's down. We are level 1 characters with really low THAC0, and these guys have really, really high armor class. And they're one-shotting us. Rip Gim. Seriously. Even if Dan had his magic missile, at the most, he could have done 10 damage with 2 castings. At the most. Marcel's damaged and has 34 hit points left. Now he has 30. Galen's affected. I'm glad. So is Phil. That's great. That's great. I missed. We know a comrade's dying. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. We're all dying. He constantly just does this every turn. He still has 30 hit points. Oh, okay. The Juju zombie just took out the other character. Galen went down. Rip everyone. Seriously! This is really hard. Phil got affected. I wonder if I could start the gold box companion after reloading. I wonder if I can just get it to click in and I can just give myself an advantage so we can actually finish this campaign. Just level everyone up. Just make sure everyone's at level 2 and then just go in. Level 2, full everything. Let me see if I can. Gold box companion. Where is it? I don't know if it will. Unlimited adventures. Gotta set the folder. I don't know if it will because of how this game is running with the other thing that makes the actual unlimited expansion run, or the unlimited adventures. I don't know if it's possible to do it this way. I need to find it first. I think I know which drive it's in. This one. This one. Is it under Forgotten Realms? Or is it just unlimited? It's under Unlimited Adventures. Okay. Start game. Nope. That was it trying to start it up on its own. DOSBox settings. Set folder. Manual. Monster manual. Experience tables. Open folder. Ugh, fucking hell. Yeah, I don't know if it'll do it that way. Here, I have a way to try this. Let's do that. Start game. I think it's still working that way. Okay. Let me see if this works. I know you can't see it at the moment. Hold on. Sure. Play game. Load save. Load which game? See? Come on, Goldbox Companion. I don't think it's working properly. Man. I don't know if we're going to be able to beat this one. I think it's just all RNG at this point. Begin adventuring. There, cast. No spells memorized. Well, we know that. Like, we're so damaged. Cast. Bless. Let's go into this fully blessed. Like, I was really liking this module, but the end fights, like, it's really cool and it really rushes you forward, and it's neat in that respect, but you're level 1. And the end guys are so much stronger than you. And you don't get a chance to, like, you get a chance to level up, but you don't get a chance to really, really, like, come into your character's own powers or anything. As far as I can tell, you don't. Come on. I'm wondering if you just need to run forward when the fight happens, because it seems like you get a little bit of a head start. Battle begins. Okay. Done guard. I don't want to waste the bless spell, but at the same time I don't want to rush forward. Because the zombies are guarding. Turn. Nothing happens, of course. Seems like you can turn at least once each fight. Done. Turn. Turn. Nothing happens. Rip everyone. Rip Gim. Seriously. Freaking hell, Gim. Done. Just end. Oh. Probably not the best thing to do, but whatever. That one's down. Ah, fucking hell, Fail just got hit for 5. That's not gonna do well. I think we're out of all of our healing spells. Okay, zombies down. Continue battle. No. No, Gim has 3 hit points. Ugh! Vale has 2 hit points. Is it possible for me to, like, save scum this? Hold on. System. There is a quick load, and I know there's a quick save, but I've never bothered to set up the save system through this. was kind of hoping that whatever was going on with the moon was going to cause the zombies to just, like, have major problems. Maybe you just have to run around in circles and just let the moon do whatever it's doing. Instead of actually attacking them, because they're really, really, really strong. View item. Ready. Use. View item. Dagger away, get the darts. Too far. Done. Aim. Target. 0 damage on the Juju zombie, because the Juju zombie has damage reduction, I believe. Oh, don't attack an ally. Can't go there, because you're a dwarf. You can't move that far. Your stubby legs don't let you go that far. Guard. Helene just got hit for 9. Manual target. Why am I hitting him? Why am I hitting him with the darts? We're actually hitting him and it's doing nothing. Stop farting. Oh my god. Whiff. Except for that. Except for that time. Whiff? No. Manual. Target. Yeah. Oh my god. We're gonna fail. Boy, what have you done, boy? Oh my god, we're gonna fail again. This is not doing well. Here you go. It just emits an evil stench. How do you deal with him? I don't know. I mean, there's still a chance that the clerics could end up turning them. But the most it would do is it would cause them to run away, and then if you corner them into an actual corner, that's when they start fighting back. But them being able to turn the Juju zombie... I don't know if it's even possible at their level. Well, we're screwed. I will either figure out a way to beat this, or we're just never ever going to see the ending of this.